Okay, we are now streaming live on YouTube and this meeting is being recorded. Mayor, you can begin when you're ready.
Good afternoon. Welcome to our September 14th, 2020 Matthews Board of Commissioners meeting. We're going to start our meeting an hour earlier tonight to hear some information regarding our transportation sub-area model. And I'll turn it over to our transportation planner, Dana Stujenki. Dana?
Good evening, and thank you for having us back. We have our consultants with us. We have Matt Newcaster, who just appeared, and there's Craig Grisham. And we are going to run through a presentation. We came to you during the summer and gave you a preview of all the information we are working on. And so now it's time to sort of unveil the findings. And just remember, this is a study that we are doing to give you more tools in your toolbox. This isn't to give you an answer to any questions. It's just to help you just for decision making. So like I said, we are doing scenario planning and basically doing transportation and land use and looking at it through a modeling lens. So we'll get in the weeds. Hopefully we'll have some good discussion tonight. So let me just take you back. Oh, you can go ahead.
Sorry.
Okay, it's okay. So just to take you back for a moment and why we're doing this. So back in 2018, John Street, there was a work group around John Street, and there was a lot of unanswered questions about data. Like we had some data, but we really didn't have enough data to look at things in detail. So one of the things that in 2019 was we talked to the CRTPO, which is the Charlotte Regional Transportation Planning Organization, and got some grant dollars to do this study. And basically this is a sub-area model that Matt and Craig will explain in detail, but it's to try to understand traffic flow and land use impacts in our town. And, you know, specifically around John Street, but really we now have data for all of our corridors throughout town, which is really valuable in decision making as a whole. So in 2020, we kicked this off in March of this year. I think it was right before the pandemic. And then we had to, we did a lot of coordination with something called the Metrolina Regional Model and their group, which runs this much larger model because this is going to be a sub area of that. We did a lot of coordination with our in-house folks. So the Transportation Advisory Board, we did a briefing with them. We did a briefing with the Planning Board, both really interesting, great discussions. And then we, like I said, came to y'all over the summer and did a Zoom meeting much like this to give you sort of where we were headed. And so with that said, I'm going to turn this presentation first over to Matt, and he's going to sort of walk us through the broad picture, and then Craig, our data guy, and he'll give us a snapshot of what's going on in town and what the future potentially would look like. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Matt.
Okay. Thank you, Dana, and members of the board. Thank you again for having us and making time for this evening to really focus on findings and conclusions from the study. But as Dana had mentioned, we'd like to tee it up just because enough time had gone by since we've been here with you. So again, one of the cruxes of this study was to bring both land use and transportation together, which is why Craig and I are here to speak with you today. And there's this phenomenon, as I've showed you before, where as Matthews continues to grow and develop, you have more vehicles, and more vehicles create more congestion. Then all of a sudden people start to complain and become frustrated. So we have to increase our road capacity, which creates additional capacity. So therefore more development wants to come to Matthews, or more people want to drive through Matthews because it's a very convenient drive with the new capacity. And so as this is going on, your community is maturing and growing out and building out. And so this study is going to help us kind of look into the future a couple steps ahead, so you can plan accordingly. So as was mentioned, it's a land use and transportation study, but the way we organize this information is in a demand and supply. And so all the work that I did was on the land use side, and it has to do with the demand. How many people and jobs are going to be coming to Matthews? What does it mean to change maybe certain ways you might grow or develop into the future? And we used a model called Community Viz and created a Community Viz model for the town of Matthews, for which is one of the deliverables of the project, and will be given to the town. On the other side is Craig and his work, and he's looking at the transportation system and specifically the supply that is needed in order to accommodate the demand of growth. He's looking at road and transit in terms of networks. And we're looking at different traffic patterns and where congestion is in order to see how maybe to mitigate or optimize the system to meet the demand. He used a software called Transcad and created what's called the Matthews Sub-Area Metroliner Regional Model, the MRM. That will be provided to the town, who will then provide that to Charlotte Department of Transportation and those who are responsible for maintaining the model so that they can do future runs at your request later. Now, in terms of the model itself and drilling down just a little bit in terms of what we're trying to get at, we're looking at this land use and transportation connection, and we're looking at local trips. So either trips that start or end in the town of Matthews, and trying to separate those from trips that are just trying to get through Matthews to get to a destination somewhere else in the region. We'll be looking at what congestion is caused by those two phenomena occurring, and be looking at different combinations and whether we're adding streets or subtracting streets in terms of what they look like and how they're designed and what that means for the overall efficiency of the system. And we're looking at whether if we plan land use and transportation together, can they complement each other and work together rather than against each other? And we're really focusing on the high traffic destinations within the town and adjacent to the town to see how flows are behaving. So I want to just give you a quick glimpse, and then we'll let Craig jump into all the details when he shows you the results. But generally speaking, the sub-area MRM is organized into traffic analysis zones and networks, street and transit networks. And within the land use side of it, we have what are called traffic analysis zones. And the beauty and importance of what you all did as a town is that you took a sub-area and zoomed in, which means you can go into much more detail than you could at the regional scale. So at the regional scale, these traffic analysis zones, there's 38 of them that represent the town of Matthews study area. It's generally coarse because you're looking at such a large geography. You can't go into any great detail in one area. With this study, we were able to break that down into 137 smaller traffic analysis zones that connect to more locally significant streets so we can look at different traffic issues. Generally speaking, it's like just bringing something into greater focus. And you'll see that when we share the results with you tonight. Now, beyond the traffic analysis zones, we also added more streets. More streets allow you to trace traffic patterns more easily, look at connections, look at the benefit of how you design the local street system as well as the regional street system. So we did that as well. And you see the red lines that are on the graphic show you just how many more new streets are being added in to the black lines, which is what was in the regional model to start. So generally speaking, the three takeaways in terms of what happened on the transportation side was we added more local roads. So we get to look at how traffic moves more fine grain within the community. We have the smaller traffic analysis zones. So where development wants to access the street system is more refined. And then we also did something called dynamic traffic assignments, which allowed us to look at more fine grain detail of how traffic flows throughout the day. So traditionally speaking, we would only look at 3 traditional peaks of 2 hours in the morning, the midday, and the evening. This model and this approach allowed us to look over an entire 15-minute spectrum from 6:30 a.m. to 6:30 p.m., which means we get to track where things are happening and how they're happening much more fine grain. And so this is just an example from the methodology of this dynamic traffic analysis. And I'll let Craig add anything he wants to while this goes through, but this is showing you every 15 minutes how traffic is building or going down in the community.
Yeah, so what this is showing, and this is just a sample of some of the output that I'm working with. So this is the 20.
I think we're losing Craig. What I think he's trying to say is this is the 2045 network as we're looking through time, 15 minutes at a time. And you start to see the roads that are green or the least congested going through yellow to orange to red. And as you start to get into the PM peaks and the evening hours, you start to see the roads become more red and more orange. That's happening because it's representing the traffic backups that I think you all have experienced on the roadway system. So again, just a really neat tool that we're allowed to look at more fine grain on. In terms of me finishing up kind of the tee up here, I just wanted to quickly introduce the project scenarios to you as well, and then Craig will run you through the details. So we have 4 scenarios that we looked at for this analysis, and they're kind of divided here. On the bottom, you see we went from left to right. We went from less street network to more street network. So we have more streets in the system when we move to the right. If you go from bottom to top, we also looked at what might happen from a land use perspective if you continue those initiatives to build those discernible, identifiable centers within the town, things like around CPCC or the entertainment area north of the sportsplex and things. And then we looked at different combinations of those. And so if you work with me from bottom left, I'm going to go counterclockwise. Scenario 1 says, what if we just follow what the rules are today that you have in place for land use? Just let them play out. And if they play out, let's also solve your demand with a transportation system that matches what the region thinks Matthews wants right now, because that's what's in their adopted documents. It's also fiscally constrained, which means that list of projects had to be, at least on a straight face, assume there was enough money to pay for it in the future. If you move now to the bottom right, the blue box, you see we stayed with that same existing development pattern, but we said, what if we added additional roads into the town system to help mitigate traffic concerns and address congestion issues? When you go up to the top right in the gray box, you see that what we did was we took the new development pattern, this notion or this initiative to potentially go towards centers within the town. And if you do that, what happens when you modify the road network to support that type of a development pattern? And then if you look in the top left, it's sticking with that same vision or a change in land use direction. But what happens if we have to go back to the fiscally constrained roads that the region documents contain now? Can that support that scenario? So we looked at these 4 scenarios and just kind of let the images and the colors burn in your eyes for just a minute, because we're going to use the rest of the slides to help remind ourselves what scenario we're speaking about at what time.
Matt, can I just flip back to that slide?
Yep.
Second. I just want to also remind everyone that, so once scenario 4 and scenario 2, where you see the 2 roads side by side, that includes Silver Line. So that includes the light rail alignment where the orange and the yellow scenarios do not. So I just want to throw that out there.
Great, thank you for that, Dave. So just because a picture is sometimes worth 1,000 words, I just remind you, and these were presented at the last meeting, but on scenarios 1 and 2, where we're looking at your existing rules and policies in place today, you see the map on the left looks at the distribution and orientation of uses that are predominantly single family detached residential. When you look at your industrial and your shopping and your employment, they're usually single use, lower density, and you need to drive between them in order to access them. And so this is a lower density future that we looked at in scenarios 1 and 2. In scenarios 3 and 4, we said, well, what if some areas, not all, but what if some areas within the community decided to redevelop as, again, I use the term discernible and identifiable centers. What if they redeveloped in a place that was more mixed use, had more vibrancy to them, and were activities and centers that people all wanted to come to? And so you see some of the pictures that are on the right-hand side. So everything is based upon walking. And you have these areas where when you're having more dense centers and things, in the top right, you say we have to plan for green space as well. So green space connections. You see that there's some mixed use that you look in the right-hand bottom right corner. Again, we're not looking at skyscrapers here, but we're just looking at mix of uses and things. And then as Dana had mentioned, what happens if and when the Silver Line is built and the connections that it makes with these centers that you're planning. So all in all, when you compare the 2 land use scenarios, so the demand side of the presentation for today, it's about 19% of your land area that could change in the future with redevelopment. And we're looking all the way out till 2045. You see the areas in green representing where there's change between the path you're on today and any potential course you may want to take in the future. As part of that, you recognize hopefully the centers that you've been talking about for some time, and how convenient it is that the Silver Line happens to connect those and connect you to the larger region on a transit-oriented development scale. When you compare scenarios 1 and 2, so where you are today, compared to what could happen, and this is the highest and best potential that could happen, if you move to these centers, it could be additional 6,000 dwelling units that could be in here, up to 16,000 more people could come, and up to 1,850 new employees could come. And all of that is dictated by what you do in the future with a comprehensive plan or other policies you put in place. But this is the future we're modeling for this evening. So I talked so much about transportation, but I do want to acknowledge some of the, about land use, but I want to acknowledge some of the transportation going on. And then I'm going to give this off to Craig to go through the findings and analysis. But we also had 2 lists of projects here. And just to really boil it down and make it simple, we had 27 different projects that were looked at. 17 of them, as you see in the MTP column, 17 of them are in that fiscally constrained list. And then you see projects 18 through 27 were added as part of this process to look at what other connections the town might be able to consider to improve its transportation situation moving forward. And the most important thing to note, just when you're thinking of these things, we not only added streets when we looked at the transportation enhanced system, but if you look at the very top line, the John Street widening, we actually did not include that when we looked at the additional network that could be added. So instead of a 4-lane section, that is only a 2-lane section running through the downtown area in the core and center of Matthews. And so we'll show you what the results are with that assumption in place. So now I'm going to let Craig go through the results. Craig, if I give you a heads up that we're losing you, maybe just turn your video off.
Okay.
Craig, can you see the slides now? You're coming in and out, Craig.
All right, I stopped my video. Let's see if that helps.
That's much better. Thank you.
What does MTP stand for on the slide just prior to this one where there were yeses and nos, please?
Yes, great question, Mr. Miller. So MTP is the Metropolitan Transportation Plan. And that is the adopted regional document in place. So fiscally constrained projects go into that. And there should be some level of confidence, although, you know, with the current situation of funding, never certain, but there should be some level of confidence that those projects have made it into a visionary document and should be starting the process to be built. The TPA are the town plan amendments or additions that we have in here, the enhanced network. So everywhere you see a red line on this map, it's an addition being considered for this study, but it's not currently in the regional document.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
All right, Matt.
Yep.
Let's see, which slide are you on?
Project scenario recap.
Okay. All right, you can move forward to the results now.
Okay, scenario 1.
So, you know, what we're going to show, we're looking at the PM peak hour congestion. And this is for the entire network. We'll zoom in a little bit once we get through these. So for each of the 4 scenarios, we're presenting what's likely congestion in the 2045.
Craig, I think we're losing you. Craig, I'll go ahead and present these slides, but do you want to try calling in instead of using the computer for audio? And I'll go ahead and present while you're doing that. Okay, so as Craig was starting to explain, what we did was we looked at the transportation system for all of the scenarios first at its largest scale. So this is the entire study area that we looked at for the Matthews subarea model. And you can see you've got US 74 kind of going from bottom right to top left. And you have I-485 going from sort of bottom left to top right. You see 51 with Pineville Matthews Road, Sardis and Stallings Road are called out. And then I really want to call your attention to John Street because we're going to go into that in more detail. But just for perspective, all of the maps I'm about to show you will be layered on top of each other. So they shouldn't be shifting around. And that's kind of the lay of the land. So in scenario 1, as we had mentioned, we're looking at PM peak conditions in 2045. And as part of that, we colored the map in a different way to try to discern how the transportation system is behaving. And so where you see green lines, there would be what we call little congestion. Where we have yellow lines would be some congestion. Where we have orange lines might be moderate congestion, and then red lines is where it's really heavy congestion. And so what you see here, again, with the existing rules and policies in place and the fiscally constrained list of projects in place, you start to see that some of the roads in the PM peak period on I-485, as well as 51, even coming in on John Street north of 51, are starting to become congested. And so as I turn the map now to the next scenario, you'll start to see the colors change on the map. And so they only change slightly here, because what this was doing was it was taking the, again, existing policies and rules that you have in place and layering that upon new roads that we weren't thinking about when we were having the regional conversation. And I'll show you just for a minute, if you look where it says John Street in the label, you'll start to see some additional roads coming in. And those additional roads are allowing traffic to disperse in a finer grid throughout the community. And therefore the roads seem to be improving a little bit where those new roads are added. So again, you see in scenario 2 that you still have some moderate and some congestion throughout the system. But then I want to turn to what's happening when we have the new land use pattern come in. So the emerging centers that are being contemplated. And so here again in 2045, looking at PM peak hour conditions, you start to see that again, John Street is still at some congestion, the little congestion. You see that a lot of the regional traffic is using 485 as well as 74. 51 is still a popular route to get east to west, but also Sardis Road is starting to really see some congestion as well. Then when we bring it to scenario 4, this is saying, okay, now we upped the demand because we built more centers, which you saw brought more development potential to the town. But what if we catch up and also put all the transportation improvements in place to support that new development? And you start to see those colors coming back towards the greens and the yellows. And a lot of that is because the traffic is being dispersed on more roads in order to not back up all the time. So this was at the largest scale that we could have. Then we went in and we looked at, well, what are some of the common areas of congestion? And we tried to call those out based on the data and look at those in real world. And I say real world maybe before COVID, right? Because traffic volumes have been a little bit lower lately, but we tried to compare it to historic trends to say, well, where were your issues before? And are we able to model and replicate those so we can trust the future that we're looking at? And so you start to see here 8 locations where we looked at areas of common congestion right now. And you see it's almost always at the point where 2 roads cross, or after they cross, the backup that occurs, because those 2 roads are fighting to let cars through and they're opposed to each other. So you start to see some intersections that are definitely becoming popular in terms of congestion areas. And then the spillback from those intersections are where you see like numbers 2 and 1 are where the intersections are really letting down the traffic flow on the different thoroughfares. Now, from a modeling perspective, we also said, well, where is that going to occur and maybe become worse in the future because of different development in the town or people traveling through the town? And so as part of that, you see numbers 9 through 13. And these are areas in the future that may also become congested because of development and things going on. And you see like where you see 12 and 13, you see the Weddington Road area, where you have 9 and 11, it's the Independent Point Parkway that's coming in, that's going to handle some traffic. And then you see coming up on 74 with the connection coming in as well. And so these areas are places to monitor and places to keep track of, because they may become future congestion points as growth and development continues inside Matthews as well as surrounding it. Now we did. Oh, Craig, are you back on?
Yeah, I'm in my attic connected directly to the router, so hopefully
Okay.
I'll be able to handle it now. Thank you.
Well, thank you.
So you did a great job. So we had showed a larger scale picture, but now we're zooming in for each of the 4 scenarios more in the towards the central Matthews area, but between John Street and Trade Street out to 74 to the east and 485 to the south. so that you can see a little more detail about some of the congestion that you see. So in the first scenario, we do see this is with the existing rules and policies in place today, and then the physically constrained project list. So John Street is 4 lanes through town. We do see some congestion, but not much, which you would expect if you're 4 laning through town. And you do have some congestion on Trade between John and Sam Newell, along with what you would expect on NC 51. You can go to the second slide.
Craig, this is Hazen, and maybe I got confused because this is a lot of information. In all these scenarios, we were keeping John Street at 2 lanes between 485 and Trade Street.
So the 2-lane scenarios are scenarios 2 and scenarios 4.
Okay.
So scenarios 1 and 3 change the land use, but keep the MTP network, the adopted transportation plan. And then scenarios 2 and 4 include the modification to add additional connections and not include the John Street widening.
And we actually took the John Street section down to 2 lanes, one Trade Street from, one John Street from Trade to Lois. So we included everything from Greylock Ridge to Lois. Just that would be the ultimate scenario I think the work group wanted to see. So that's what the ultimate solution was in the model.
Okay. So scenario 2, Craig.
So scenario 2, this is the existing or the trend development without the John Street between Lois and Greylock Ridge. And it's a 2-lane section. So as you would expect, it does have more congestion than with the 4-lane section. However, it's not horrific. I don't, the most appropriate word, you're not, I don't see it having wall-to-wall traffic through town. You do have other facilities that are handling some of that volume, including you do have the improvements on US 74, to the east of the study area, and new connections like the Greylock Ridge extension and some of the other things. But you also see in the first slide, Trade Street had more congestion going through town than in the second scenario. And I believe part of that is that other traffic reroutes, including you have a widening of Fullwood Road, Fullwood Drive through the area. So it does handle traffic without the 4-lane section through there.
So Craig, this is Hazen again. One of the things that we heard about not 4-laning it is that the backups would be so bad, I'm not using best terms here, that from a air quality standpoint, it would hurt the region or whatever. And so that was kind of like another reason why you got to widen it, so you move traffic so they don't just idle there forever. I mean, maybe this is a tough question for you, but it sounds like to me, at least based on these colorations, that's not the case. It seems like we'd have to see red to then, and I'm inferring a whole bunch, then to talk about, well, air quality and federal regulations and all those. Is that a fair statement on my part?
It's going beyond my reach to knowing the air quality impacts of this, but along Worden, the proposal isn't to just not widen John Street. The proposal with the modified project list is to also provide complementary projects that would support having John Street as 2 lanes through downtown. Another way to put it is there are alternate routes
It would disperse traffic, Hazen,
Yeah.
and it would have to run through air quality conformity, which is a much more complex task than what we're doing. But I will note that, and I can talk to Anna offline who does that work, and they're a part of the MRM team. But our theory is that we are dispersing the traffic, and then you'll look at the total traffic count is actually lower when we get to the numbers part, is actually lower under some of these scenarios than in when you do a traditional build out. So we'll get to that.
And, the other point there is that, you may see peaks within the peak where you have some queuing, and, that's what's experienced today when traffic's trying to get across Trade Street or turn left on the Trade from John Street going southbound. But, we're not talking about a long-term congestion through the entire PM peak, I don't believe. So this is the third scenario, which is the emerging community growth centers with some of that rezoning that Matt was discussing, along with the fiscally constrained project list that includes the John Street widening. Similar to scenario one, it is traffic moves pretty well through town. You do see more congestion at the northern end, pretty much everything that intersects with NC 51. You start to see some spots of red. John Street north of 51, Sam Newell Road where it intersects, and then Independence Point Parkway. So I think just there you're getting so much cross traffic at this point that you start to see more spots. And we'll also start to pick up some spots on Trade Street through downtown. The fourth scenario does not include the John Street widening through downtown, but does include the additional projects and the changes in land use. Like scenario two, you see more congestion on John Street through downtown. You start to see on Independence Point Parkway, especially between 51 and Matthews Mint Hill Road, sort of where the shopping area is, the Target and those other things. You see some more congestion in that area. But unlike scenario three, you don't have as much congestion on Sam Newell and its intersection with 51 and on Monroe Road north of 51. And part of that's the throughput that's going on John Street. By limiting the throughput, it actually relieves some of that cross street congestion with 51 through town. So we'll drill in a little deeper on John Street specifically. I broke it down into 5 sections. The first section is Monroe Road between Sardis Road North and NC 51. The next 2 sections are in downtown Matthews with from 51 to Trade and then from Trade to Greylock Ridge. And then the section between Greylock Ridge and 485 and then south of 485 to Stallings Road. So section one is 4 lanes in all scenarios. And to the south, sections 4 and 5, south of Greylock Ridge to Stallings are 4 lanes in all scenarios. So the differences are scenarios 2 and 4 have 2 travel lanes and the different land use scenarios. And then scenarios 1 and 3 assume the widening through downtown. So the nitty gritty, and I'm a numbers guy, I apologize if you're not. The existing traffic, and let me preface this graphic, and this is using daily volumes from the model and planning level capacities. for the day. So this is not a peak hour view of thing. This is a daily volume. And you know, sometimes I use this for an evaluation to go along with what we see in peak hour traffic. So what we see in the existing traffic is, for the most part, the corridor is below what we would consider capacity. Now, we do have congestion issues, but those are mainly peak congestion that are short-lived and occur around intersections like John Street and Trade Street is as much fact that there's a signal there as anything else. We do have more congestion to the south of 45 that's more pervasive because of the sheer amount of volume that's trying to use a 2-lane road in that section. As we look at the 4 different scenarios, there's a lot to process here, but the notable thing is that the 2 scenarios that have John Street as 2 lanes instead of 4 lanes carry less traffic through town. It's 20 to 25% less traffic without the widening. So where there's 28,000 between 51 and Trade Street in scenario 1, there's 23,000 without the widening. And then with the increased land use, there's nearly 31,000 in that same section with the widening, and then 25,000, a little shy of 25,000. So you do have sections that are considered LOSE, which it's not, at that point, it's not total breakdown. There is some delay, but it's not anything. It's, you know, the best comparison is that section of Old Mill Road to 485 to Stallings. I don't think it would be worse than that. You do gain a few benefits in other areas where with the 2-lane section through town, the volume is lower even south of Greylock Ridge all the way to Stallings. So it's 8 to 10% reduction in volumes, even south of downtown. So those vehicles are choosing different parallel routes and not routing through town to get to their destination. So I'll let Dana talk more about the findings and conclusions.
Okay, so I want to thank you all, and I just again will remind you all that this is not so much the answer as just a tool in our toolbox to use, but it has enlightened us on how our road functionality and our land use are compatible or not compatible, depending. So I'm going to reiterate that, you know, East John Street can stay 2 lanes if the town relies on sort of a whole range of mobility options, including the Silver Line as potentially one of them. In terms of moving traffic moving through the center of town, you know, we could see 20 to 25% reduction if we implement those narrower lanes, or not narrow, the 2-lane versus the 4 lanes with that the holistic approach of our network. And then we do recognize that in all of these scenarios, we're going to have pinch points. I mean, growing a town is difficult. We always, as staff, we have to look ahead to understand where those pinch points are going to be and how we're going to address those in the future. All of these maps that were shown tonight talked about the 2045 vision. So that while you all may think it's very far away, that's the kind of stuff that we have to start planning for now. So now that we have, you know, this robust information, we can move forward with that. You want to go to the next slide? You know, and I think it comes down to policy making for you all in terms of what do we want John Street to be when we grow up? Is it a place where we want through traffic? Is it a place where we want more placemaking? And I would say that, that emerging centers that Matt was talking about, that would create a different kind of land use patterns in that 19% corridor. And that would be a new chapter for the town of Matthews. That's not a development type that we have a lot of. And that the 2-lane cross section for John Street with the lower volume of traffic would definitely be better for creating a more walkable, safer environment if we want to continue creating that feeling down through town, through the center of town. And final slide. And I guess for me, what is sort of the next steps? We've dumped all of this information to you all. And this is definitely an academic exercise that we invested in. And some of the things that for the staff that are really important are the new candidate projects that we're going to have to really look at and consider moving forward with CRTPO. So CRTPO, again, is that Charlotte Regional Transportation Planning Organization. They are the folks where we submit the projects and hope for funding. And even though we have had a bit of a recession and the money is not flowing as quickly as it was in NCDOT, all of these projects, within that 2045 horizon year should be accomplished that, in their fiscally constrained document that we talked about. I think for us, we can now hand this model over to Charlotte. They run the model for the region and hopefully get some additional work, potentially a corridor study, and they can go in and do some more analysis on the intersections as well. But I think continually working with CRTPO, the planning organization, to implement some of these things is critical for staff. But I would also say for you all, there are a lot of local documents and policies that I know, I guess in your October planning conference that you all are doing, you're talking about sort of long range planning and what the town's going to need. And a lot of the stuff that we talked about tonight will fit in nicely with those updated documents that potentially will get done in the next 18 months, maybe 2 years. And this is a really good starting point, understanding sort of the data that can go behind a lot of those documents. So with that said, I would hope that hopefully you all have some questions. If not, we just did a great job. So you just let me know if there's any questions for Craig or Matt or I.
Dana, I just have a comment. These findings seem to validate the thought that many of us had that if you build it, they will come. So if we build a 4-lane road through Matthews, more people will use it than if we leave it 2 lanes. So I'm hopeful that we can work with these findings to keep that section of our downtown less traveled and more small town feel going forward. Because there was a thought by some that, as Hazen mentioned, that if we left it 2 lanes, it would just be a big congested mess and all the time just a line of traffic, and that doesn't seem to be the case based on this study.
So this is Craig. When I was working on this, I looked at, I don't know if you're familiar with Raleigh near NC State, Hillsborough Street, where they actually had a project about 10 years ago where they went from a 4-lane section to a 2-lane with a median, bike lanes, pedestrian provision, bus pullouts, things like that. And, their traffic, and since then has gone down from somewhere in the 22 to 25,000 to 17 to 20,000. So I think it's a reasonable expectation that if you don't provide the capacity for all that throughput, that you wouldn't see the same traffic increase going into the future. You would have more congestion, but it's all, up to the vision of the town. I don't think it's a apocalyptic scenario without the widening.
Yeah, I'm a NC State graduate, so I'm very familiar with the area you're talking about. My only complaint about it is it seemed like it took forever to build it, but when they built it, it's very nice. You're correct. But it was, man, that construction was like our bridge here in town. It took years and years to finish. Are there any other questions for Dana, Matt, or Craig? Commissioner Miller.
Thank you. My question goes back to the slide towards the beginning where it had a bunch of yes, nos on town preferred alternative, et cetera. The McKee Road extension, I thought was a no in that. McKee Road meaning the extension which is approved from Pleasant Plains to John Street. I'm not sure what the number is. Is it 27?
There's actually two sections that are in there, and section 12 is the section from Pleasant Plains to.
Okay, and then the 485 connections at Weddington Road are also on there, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. That's all I had.
The part of McKee extension that is only in the town plan alternative is that section between Campus Ridge Lane and Marie Garris, close to 74.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions or comments? Hazen?
So I want to get a couple things straight in my head, but under scenario 2 and 4, the concept of activity centers as part of our land use process would be kind of is embedded in those whatever scenarios. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and those, an example, I guess, would be like the entertainment district, or maybe over there, Family Dollar, right? Something like that.
That's correct.
And then, so this slide's a good slide. So everything in blue is funded in our transportation plan. That's the good news. The bad news, it's all been pushed out, right? Okay, so the red is things that are going to have to be advocated for and pushed for, and is great. And okay, and that makes sense. So in my mind, we got a game plan of what we got to shoot for. Are there any local streets, like I think about Greylock, okay, so Greylock's 24. So there are any streets that like aren't on the regional plan or the metropolitan plan and on the TPA that we need to look at, or are y'all saying, look, y'all felt like you took a snapshot of all the roads that needed to be pushed, whatever.
Hazen, I'll take that. I mean, Susan and I and Jay, Cam, we went through this. We wanted to find a balance between pushing traffic on local roads versus neighborhood roads. Like, you know, we didn't want to disrupt neighborhood roads. Well, there are some routes that sort of weave around. You know, we were trying to make sure that those TPA, those town project initiatives, were projects that we could all feel good about. And like Greylock Ridge obviously is one of those quirky projects we're going to talk about at the next town board meeting of potentially getting bonus allocation for, or attempting to get bonus allocation for. So, you know, we've got some plans in place to do some stuff, but, you know, we're going to have to work within CRTPO, like you said, for those red projects to make some of that stuff happen.
Okay, and then my last point is, I think Dana made it, is like at the planning conference, we're talking about a comprehensive plan. We want to talk about the comprehensive plan. JR's is very old, and in a comprehensive plan, this would be kind of a central piece of it, would be this land use and transportation system, including greenways and, you know, parks and recreation. So Jay, I guess this would be embedded into a comprehensive plan.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a wonderful and very recent supporting document for what consultant we bring on to look at as they're helping us kind of, envision our future.
And Hazen, I do want to just make a note that I believe the activity centers are in scenario 3 and 4, so not 2 and 4. So I just want to make sure that you. And we'll have the slide deck available. We apologize for not getting this out earlier, but we are working on this as you know this morning to just get it all fine tuned. So we'll have this out come we'll give it to Lori. I think I just sent it to her, and we will have a report, a very sort of summary based report, because really we requested, the reason we spent money on this was to get the data, but we are going to get a summary of the methodology and some of the findings, so that as soon as that's available, we'll send it out to everyone.
Any other questions or comments? All right, seeing none, thank you, gentlemen, and Dana and Susan and everybody, Jay, that was involved with this. Great job. And let's take a 5-minute break, and we'll come back and be ready for our 7 o'clock meeting.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Thanks, Craig, Matt. Lori, we're not recording now, is that correct?
What was that, Mayor?
We're not recording right now.
We are. It is streaming.
Okay. I will make a private phone call then. I'll be on just a second.
Okay, thank you. Hello, Charlie.
Hey, Laurie, good evening. How are you?
I'm doing very well, sir. How are you?
I am well, thank you. Another day, another 6 cents.
That's right.
Years ago, it used to be another day, another dollar, but now it's 6 cents.
I hear you.
I'm not getting, of course, it may not be set up yet.
What do you need?
All I've got is just your screen, but I'm trying to set it so I can get the gallery, but it may not be up yet.
Yeah, I'm going to stop my screen share in just a second. Hold on.
Well, I'm good. That's all I need. As long as I have your screen, I'm good.
Lori, I like your picture as well as Susan's. For a while, I thought you were just sitting still the whole time. How do you upload that photo?
Just have it in a JPEG form, and there is a spot in the settings where you can just upload it, and then you can crop it if need be.
Okay.
And thank you. All right, everybody, it is 6:58. Please make your way back to your computers and start taking off your, turning on your cameras, I should say. Please be aware we are recording and we are streaming right now.
For those that may be interested, my call was about the logistics of this meeting and not anything top secret or anything, just how we were going to run the meeting. So.
And Jeff, I understand you're going to give the invocation tonight.
Yeah, I'd be happy to.
Thank you, sir.
Hey, Mr. Buckley,
Good evening, Reverend. How are you?
I woke up this morning.
We're above ground.
That's always a good start.
Yeah, we're vertical and not horizontal.
That's right. And the weather's cooling off too. It feels good.
That's true.
All right, everybody, it is 6:59. I'd ask everyone to turn your cameras on. Be prepared to go public. All right, Mayor, you may begin when you're ready.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Mayor John Higdon, Mayor of Matthews. I'd like to welcome you to our regular Board of Commissioners meeting for September 14th, 2020. I'd like to start by doing a few introductions from the first with the commissioners that are here. We have Commissioner Dave Bland, Commissioner John Urban, Commissioner Jeff Miller, Commissioner Ken McCool, Commissioner and Reverend Larry Whitley, and Mayor Pro Tem Renee Garner. We also have some staff with us, staff members from the town of Matthews with us tonight. We have our Planning Director, Jay Camp, Assistant Town Manager Becky Hawk, our Town Attorney Charles Buckley, Town Manager Hazen Blodgett, Town Clerk Lori Canapino, our Public Information Coordinator Maureen Keith, and our Public Works Director CJ O'Neill. And not sure if Susan Habina Woolard is with us, but she was earlier, but I'll mention her name as well as our transportation planner, engineer, excuse me. Okay, I'd like to start the meeting by reminding everyone that due to Mecklenburg County's COVID-19 phase 2.5 safer at home order, this meeting of the Matthews Board of Commissioners will be conducted remotely using the Zoom virtual meeting platform. The Town of Matthews is committed to transparency and robust public participation during these challenging times. I will remind everyone that the mayor and commissioners will vote on each item by a roll call vote, meaning each member will be polled to individually state their vote for the record, and they will also be asked to raise their hand indicating their vote. So with that being said, we'll move on to tonight's invocation with Commissioner Miller.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. For those who choose to share in prayer, let us bow our heads. Dear God, you have said that where two or more are gathered in your name, that you will be with them. We ask you to be with us now. Bless us and provide guidance to the Matthews Town Council with the business brought before us tonight. May we prove worthy of the confidence placed in us by our fellow citizens. May we be honest in our actions and make the best decisions not only for today, but for years to come. We thank you for our civilities and freedom. We thank you for our privileges and opportunities. Freedom is not free, so please keep watch over the men and women in the military, the police, and the fire departments as they serve and protect us all, and wrap your comforting arms around those directly and indirectly affected by COVID-19. Amen.
Thank you, Commissioner Miller. Now move on to agenda item number 3, the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Move on to agenda item number 4. We're going to recognize Constitution Week. Lori, do we have our daughters from the American Revolution? Yes, we do. I see them now. Miss Ann Del Vecchio and Susan Hyde Hart. Hello, ladies. So we have a proclamation tonight. Excuse me, adjust my screen here so I can see it. I'd like to read this proclamation in recognition of Constitution Week 2020. Whereas September 17th, 2020 marks the 233rd anniversary of the framing of the Constitution of the United States of America by the Constitutional Convention. And whereas it is fitting and proper to accord official recognition to this magnificent document, the anniversary of its creation. And whereas Public Law 915 guarantees the issuing of a proclamation each year by the President of the United States of America, designating September 17 through 23 as Constitution Week. Now therefore, I, John F. Higdon, by virtue of the authority vested in me as the mayor of the town of Matthews, North Carolina, do hereby proclaim the week of September 17th through 23rd as Constitution Week. So in Matthews, and ask our citizens to reaffirm the ideals of the framers of the Constitution had in 1787 by vigilantly protecting the freedoms guaranteed to us through this guardian of our liberties, remembering that lost rights may never be regained. In witness whereof I hereunto have set my hand and caused to be affixed the great seal of the town of Matthews on this 14th day of September 2020. So thank you very much. Ladies, would you like to say anything?
Thank you, Mayor Higdon. I would like to take a moment to thank the town of Matthews for our continued partnership in promoting Constitution Week. I went around back to some interesting statistics from last year. We had a scavenger hunt for children at the Matthews Public Library. 750 children took the Constitution Week scavenger hunt, and we were able to track this due to our giving out flags to the kids. So it was the final total was 750. We also got a resounding, overwhelming response of positive comments about the display case that we created, and we'll be doing that again next year. This year in Matthews, we have 2 activities going on with the COVID restrictions in mind. On Sunday, we placed 100 hand-painted Constitution Week rocks in Squirrel Lake Park. And this coming Wednesday, we're going to actually be putting flags out at the Matthews Fire Station along with a Constitution Week sign. Please go to our website, mecdar.com, and click on Constitution Week materials to view our online tools created last year. Our video, A Visit from William R. Davie, tells the story of Charlotte's illustrious patriot, and the Constitution PowerPoints that we created detail the events leading up to the Constitution and then the Constitution itself. Both tools also are on the National DAR website, and we have lesson plans in conjunction with both, and both tools were created with North Carolina State teacher certification attached to it. So thank you very much. And now I'd like to introduce Ann Del Vecchio, our chapter regent for Mecklenburg chapter.
Good evening, and thank you once again. We are so honored to have this continuing relationship over the years regarding Constitution Week and the town of Matthews. Just a fun fact, it was stated in the Constitution about the fact that Constitution Week is a rule that was voted on. And it was actually in 1955, it was the National Society of the Daughters of the American Revolution petitioned Congress with a resolution, and it would be this week for observance of the foundation of the American form of government. And it was signed into law by President Dwight D. Eisenhower on August 2nd in 1956. And it is our commitment as a national society to encourage the study, educate the public about the Constitution, which was adopted by American Congress of the Confederation on September 17th, 1787. And that's why it starts September 17th through the 23rd. So thank you for participating with us.
Thank you, town of Matthews. We love you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ann and Suzanne. And
I'm
I'm fairly certain that this flag that we just said the Pledge of Allegiance to came from you guys during one of your previous visits. So I have it on my desk. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll move on to agenda item number 5, recognize First Responders Day. And again, we'll while Jay Camp's getting that ready, I was speaking with Mayor Pro Tem Garner recently, and we were talking about the September 11th anniversary that we just experienced, and how grateful we truly are for all of our first responders, certainly all the ones in New York, but all of our responders all over the world, and on this day, particularly here in Matthews. So again, I'd like to read this proclamation in recognition of First Responders Day 2020. Whereas professionals and volunteers, including law enforcement officers, firefighters, emergency medical services, public works employees, 911 dispatchers, search and rescue teams, and other organizations in the public safety sector come together as first responders to protect and aid the public in the event of an emergency. And whereas first responders are our primary and best defense against all emergencies that threaten our communities. And whereas every day first responders risk their own safety to protect others. And whereas first responders are ready to come to the aid of those in the town of Matthews around the clock. And whereas first responders show courage and selfless concern for others as they carry out their duties. And whereas first responders are highly trained, specialized workers who contribute their excellent skills for the public good, with many first responders providing their services voluntarily. And whereas members of first responder organizations undergo significant education in training and personal sacrifices to achieve the expertise required to provide aid in emergency situations. And whereas first responders maintain safety and order in times of crisis, volunteer in our communities and schools, and are a vital part of every North Carolina community. Now, therefore, I, John F. Higdon, Mayor of Town of Matthews, North Carolina, do hereby proclaim September 11th, 2020 as First Responders Day in the town of Matthews. I urge all citizens to commemorate this day and offer acts of kindness and appreciation for first responders and provide them needed encouragement and support to confront the dangerous and uncertain situations that face them every day. In witness whereof, I hereunto set my hand and cause the seal of the town of Matthews to be affixed this 14th day of September 2020. So again, thank you very much to our first responders. You mean a whole lot to us, and you're greatly, greatly appreciated. Okay, we'll move on. Agenda item number 6, receive an update on COVID-19, Emergency Operations Center Commander Rob Kinnenberg. And I'm sorry, Rob, I didn't identify you at the beginning of the meeting, but welcome, sir.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Today marks the 188th day that we have been dealing with COVID. Currently, 27,112 cases have been recorded in Mecklenburg, including 3,369 deaths. Again, looking back at a 2-week period, and it's been 3 weeks since we talked to each other. Governor Cooper moved us into phase 2.5 on September 4th, allowing greater occupancy and attendance at indoor and outdoor activities and allowing gyms and fitness facilities to open. Total cumulative case counts have increased just 4.5% over the last 14 days, which is continuing a slowing rate of increase in cases. The county tracks what they refer to as a 7-day case count, and we're at its lowest point since early June. Deaths have increased by 13%. An average of 2,900 COVID tests have been conducted daily, with an average of 96 new cases for a positivity rate of 3.3, which is much lower than has been experienced. We can continue to see a decline in the average number of COVID patients hospitalized, but we have seen a slight increase in the number of patients requiring a ventilator. Hospital COVID patient census, it is at its lowest point since early June 2017. The social distancing index continues to see slight improvement. The current index is at 40. Our previous low in early June was 30. So we've seen improvement there. 59 town residents are in isolation at 59 locations, including Plantation Estates, which is managing an outbreak in their healthcare facility. They have 43 residents in isolation for precaution measures. We continue to distribute masks to residents, and they have distributed just over 5,000. We're going to be the distribution mechanism for Matthews and the region for the county. Today, we return to pre-COVID first responder dispatch protocols. What that means is we're back to responding to our normal EMS load, which had been reduced early on in COVID to preserve PPE. We continue to monitor the impact of schools and the spread of the virus. And Matthews is finalizing contracts with CMS to implement remote learning sites for children of Matthews residents. The big questions and things we're still dealing with, again, what's the impact of schools going to be on the local economy? Are recent improvements going to continue? We have seen that bar, restaurant, and social gathering enforcement is difficult. And many of these establishments appear to flaunt the regulations or are hesitant to enforce them. Currently, we are tracking 4 tropical storms in the Atlantic that could impact the Charlotte area. Protests and unrest appear to be on the increase and could impact North Carolina. Protests and unrest appear to be on the increase and are expected to do so through the November election. Election-related activities could be impacted by COVID, but we're still too early to see. Again, just to recap, we have moved into phase 2.5. The governor still hasn't moved us into phase 3, and we still don't know exactly what that looks like. There is some anticipation that that will be around the end of October. So that concludes my report. I'll take any questions you might have.
Thank you, Chief Kinnenberg. Mayor Pro Tem Garner, you got a question?
Have you heard anything about Halloween and recommendations for Halloween? Because I know people are getting excited and wondering what that's going to look like.
No, ma'am, we haven't got that far down the road yet. I think people should prepare for a scaled down Halloween, because if we move into phase 3, it will be it will be the day before, so it will be hard to ramp up.
Thank you.
Welcome.
I suspect Renee may live with a few individuals that had an interest in that question. Are there any other comments or questions for Chief Kinnenberg? Seeing none, I'd like to say overall, I'm an optimist, so I heard some good news in your presentation. So hopefully, knock on wood, we're turning the corner. And would like to, again, share my great appreciation for those that do socially distance and are being careful to not further spread the pandemic. So thank you. All right, we'll move on. Agenda item number 7. Mr. Manager, are there any items to be added to the agenda?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. We'd like to add one item to 14, new business under 14D, which is the reading of a letter from the Arts and Science Council to the town.
Okay, so noted, that will be added to item 14D. We'll move on to agenda item number 8. Anything else, Mr. Blodgett?
No, sir.
Okay, so we'll move on to agenda item 8. Lori, do we have any public comment?
Have any public comment? I would like to point out that we do have a number of people that will be speaking for a public hearing, and that will be coming up later in the agenda.
Okay, right. So this is not the public comment. This is not for the public hearing, just general public comment. We don't have anybody for that. The hearing is coming up. Move on to agenda item number 9, recess the regular meeting for public hearings on an application to amend the Unified Development Ordinance and land use map of the town of Matthews on some items. So I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
A motion by Commissioner Whitley. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Miller. We'll do a roll call vote. Commissioner Bland.
Yes, sorry.
Thank you. Commissioner Urban.
Yes.
Commissioner Whitley.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Garner.
Yes.
Commissioner Miller.
Yes.
Commissioner McCool.
Yes.
And I vote yes as well, so that passes unanimously. I'd like to add that I'm calling you as I see you on my screen, and it seems to move continually. So there's no rhyme or reason to what order I'm calling you guys in. All right, so we now stand ready to have a public hearing. Item A, zoning application 2020 715 Williams Business Properties, 1700 Weddington Road, R15 to R12 MFCD on that certain property located at 1100 Weddington Road and further designated as tax parcel 22729-101. Mr. Will, I believe, is going to present.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, members of the board. I'm going to go through our pre-public hearing staff analysis. It is as the mayor mentioned, the site is 1700 Weddington Road. The existing zoning is R15 and the proposed zoning is R12 MF. I'll wait till we get that. There we go. Great. The request summary is the applicant proposes to change zoning from R15 single family to R12 MF CD for the purpose of constructing a multifamily complex with townhomes and apartments, maximum of 31 units. Next slide, please. This is a location, shows the parcel in question. Right there at the intersection of South Trade and Weddington Roads. Just south of our ball fields, and looking north, this is from Weddington Road looking north. You can kind of tell, I'm going to touch briefly on the topography, but you can tell there's a steep slope once you get off the road that goes towards the center of the property. The next slide is from South Trade. And shows the construction that's been ongoing. Also transmission lines above, and also a slight slope down towards the center of the property. Next slide is a little bit about the site information. It's currently undeveloped. It's about 16.825 acres. 4 Mile Creek passes through the northern portion of the parcel, creating large swim buffer and FEMA flood designated floodplain. As I mentioned before, there's significant topographical change from the eastern and southern boundaries towards the center of the parcel. In 2017, Resort Lifestyles proposed a limited mobility senior housing project with 127 dwelling units. That was a previous zoning activity. It was withdrawn later that year in June of 2017. I'm going to explain a little bit about their proposed site plan. There is 4 apartment buildings that are proposed, 3 split levels. These are along South Trade and Weddington, and we'll see some elevations of those in a second. And then also including 37 townhome units attached single family. There will be a leasing office, amenities such as a swimming pool and a fitness center. They have the correct number of parking spaces, 243 is what is required by code. The dwelling units per acre is about 7.79 units per acre. And there's approximately 3 acres of undisturbed open space. The next couple slides show some elevations to give you an idea of what the split level view would be along Weddington Road. So what we've got is 3-story buildings that look like 2-story because they extend down below in the rear. And that mainly has to do with the topography of the site. The next slide is more elevations. It shows you the difference between the townhome buildings and the apartment complex, which is to the right. The townhome units are to the left. So they're somewhat blended together by their architectural details. I'm just going to briefly go over the summary of conditions. Maximum of 131 dwelling units, and a minimum of 37 of those units will be one-family attached townhome style dwellings. As I've mentioned before, the apartment units and townhome buildings along South Trade and Weddington will appear to be 2 stories from the public view and 3 stories in the rear. Internal sidewalks and pedestrian connections shall be installed within the site as generally depicted on the rezoning plan. And the maximum height of the apartment building not fronting a public street is 45 feet in height. As you all may have noticed, this site is directly adjacent to the 4 Mile Creek Greenway. And as I mentioned before, the 4 Mile Creek actually passes through this site. The petitioner has worked with is working with Mecklenburg County at the request of the town, and Mecklenburg County is interested in dedication of land to the county or an easement to extend the 4 Mile Creek Greenway through the rear of this site. There's a couple construction projects going on right now at the site, and NCDOT is still working to complete Greenway trail ramp. It is funded and expected to happen, but they're not sure what at what time at this point. A little bit about traffic. Traffic analysis. They submitted a TIA, and full build out of the development is anticipated to be complete in 2023. Based on the site plan, there will be one right-in, right-out driveway on South Trade that will be directly across from Brennan Lane, and one full movement driveway on Weddington Road, approximately 925 feet west of South Trade Street. They're estimating, based on the Institute of Transportation Engineers trip generation manual, that the daily trips would be 950 generated from this development. Total in the peak hour of 62 in the AM. In the PM peak hour would be 75. They also are coordinating with CATS at the request of the town because we were interested in the possibility of a transit stop in this area to serve this potential development. And CATS said they would look into the feasibility of the economics of an added service route and if the route would be functionally suitable for the area. Their nearest transit stop is a little ways away on Sam Newell Road, or that's where their current service includes John Street and Trade Street and Sam Newell Road. Let me talk a little bit about the land use plan. The land use plan does not make specific recommendation as to this particular site, and staff recognizes that the property is located in areas surrounded by single family subdivisions and development. In the land use plan, it does suggest that the town should shift towards higher density urban multifamily, and then also promote design flexibility regarding multifamily housing, such as stacked duplexes and infill units, such as proposed. Some of the land use actions are to provide a variety of housing styles, densities, and locations, promote higher density multifamily along thoroughfares, encourage design and construction of alternative style housing and infill development. So the proposed change is consistent with the land use plan from R15 to R12 MFCD. And my last bit of comments are staff comments and some outstanding issues. We would like to see them continue to coordinate with CATS to investigate the possibility of a transit stop. Improvements are to be determined by the TIA and NCDOT. And for Parks and Rec, a private connection from the property Greenway access to Greenway access could be an added value to the residents of Matthews Village. Property should be dedicated to Mecklenburg County for the Greenway. We'd like to see them reevaluate the potential for a connection to Weddington Road from the Greenway at the southeast edge of the property, southwest edge, and to anticipate parking on the private site for some Greenway users once it is constructed. This concludes my staff report, Mr. Mayor. If there are any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. There's also presentation from the applicant, and they are here as well.
I've got a question, Rob. as you're probably well aware, this has stirred quite a bit of interest from the community. One of the comments that comes up pretty regularly is regarding the traffic analysis. Can you explain how that was done? It was not done during COVID. I guess that was a concern, where it was done sometime when traffic would be artificially low.
Right. I am actually will have to defer to one of the applicants because I'm not sure of how they handled the TIA during COVID times.
Very good. We'll hold that question. Are there any other questions or comments from the board for Rob? Mayor Pro Tem Garner.
Mine isn't so much a question as maybe more of a statement, but I've had a lot of people ask about schools and the impact on schools. Since I didn't see the chart in there, I pulled up another, but similar development, but do you have more specific information on the schools?
Not at this time. I'm afraid we did not receive, we have coordinated with CMS and are expecting a report based on this proposed development. I just have not received it at this time.
And I guess, could I ask Jay a question about, what I looked at was zoning 2017674, and it was 141 townhomes. Would that be a comparable impact, would you say, for a school system?
6 Wild Road, or was that Mount Harmony? Do you recall?
Mount Harmony.
Yeah. Multifamily, I know that CMS planning, they have like yield ratio, different areas and different unit types. Am I okay still? I'm getting a message that my internet's not working well. Okay. Multifamily typically is a little bit less on yields than a single family and townhome. However, units are going to be larger than a lot of multifamily communities. I think there are quite a few 3 bedrooms, if I'm not mistaken, from what the developer has proposed. So that's probably a close approximation, just to cut my answer short.
Okay. Would it be okay if I state those numbers just so that there are a lot of people watching, can have some sort of idea, and these would be explaining that these would be high numbers?
Sure. And we'll be happy to post the CMS report, and we'll send a copy directly to the board, as well as putting it on our website as soon as we receive it.
Okay. And so this development was approved in 2017. It had 141 townhomes. It anticipated 10 additional students for the elementary school, 3 for middle school, and 7 for the high school. Thank you.
Quick follow-up question for Jay, and I think I've asked this before. Have we ever gone back and validated those numbers when CMS does an estimation and see how close they come to hitting the mark?
We do keep a running tally of development approvals and that student generation, but that's an interesting endeavor. If you would just to coordinate with CMS, I think we could probably get some of that on some projects. I think we'd probably have to go back, 3 or 4 years to where, for instance, like Fullwood Station, that's taken several years to build out, but now that it's built out, we might be able to get a good feel for whether those yield studies were accurate or not.
Yeah, I'd be interested in seeing that. Then sometimes the numbers seem low, gut feel, but don't know until we actually look at them and validate them. I guess some of these different types of developments attract, maybe older people that don't have young kids in school and things like that. Any other questions from the board for Rob?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I have a follow-up. I did just get a message from the town engineer, and she was indicated to me that we worked with NCDOT to gather counts that were done pre-COVID. So they weren't done in the past 6 months. It was done before that, when traffic was somewhat maybe normal.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Miller. You're on mute, Jeff.
Sorry. I believe it's true that when the greenway cuts under the bridge, that it's going to curve slightly to the left for topography reasons and connect with the Weddington Road sidewalk system. And that would happen whether or not this development or another development goes in. However, if this development were to go in, we were discussing a further connection to go through their complex down in the lowlands and connect back up further down on Weddington Road. Really, my point is just to mention that there's already going to be a greenway connector. Once the tunnel is built, it'll curve to the left as it comes out and connect to the Weddington Road sidewalk.
Okay, thank you. My camera just died on my laptop, so
Oh,
have to imagine what I look like. All right. Are there any other questions from the board for Rob?
Mayor, this is Jay. I'd like to add one last comment, if I could, before we turn it over to the applicant.
Sure.
I just wanted the board and the community to know that this is a project that staff has really struggled a bit with in our evaluation of it. It's hard to put it in a box and explain it because it's very different from anything else that we've seen so far in Matthews. It's a moderately sized multifamily development. Most of our projects have been 250, 350 units. So this is a smaller project. It has a much higher level of neighborhood neighborhood level design than many of our communities. So almost 30% of the units are townhouses, whereas over at Bainbridge, I think there's maybe 4 townhouses. So they've, I think, done a very good job of designing a project that fits this area. We've seen a lot of proposals over the years here. We've had commercial shopping centers thrown about as ideas, and we've quickly said, no, we just don't think that's a good fit. So I just wanted you all know that we're continuing to evaluate it, and happy to answer any questions you have now or later on. Thank you.
Thank you, Jay. Before we move on to the applicant, I want to ask if there's anybody in the planning board that has a question for Rob or comment. Okay, I'm not seeing anyone. Rob, who do we have here with the petitioner?
we have Mr. John Carmichael, Jack Levinson, Colin Brock, Dylan Turner, and Russell DeVita.
Okay.
I'm not sure who's
Mayor,
going to start off.
Mayor, you may want to ask questions from the planning board.
I did.
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear that.
Okay, to be clear, anybody from the planning board have a question for Rob? I think we usually start out perhaps with Mr. Carmichael. John, do you want to start things off?
Mr. Mayor, or can y'all hear me? Okay,
Yes,
perfect.
sir.
Thank y'all. Mr. Mayor, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, members of the Board of Commissioners, and members of the Planning Board, I'm John Carmichael, and I'm here with the petitioner, Lapp Person Associates Incorporated. Next slide. Do I? Okay. With me tonight is Jack Levinson of the applicant, Colin Brock of Block Design. Colin and his team have prepared the site plan that you'll review tonight. Russell DeVita with FMK Architects. Russell is the project architect and has designed, it would design the buildings and has prepared the elevations that you'll see. And finally, we have Dylan Turner of Kimley Horn and Associates. Dylan can answer any transportation questions that you may have, including if you want to dive in a little deeper into the traffic counts. Next slide. I won't belabor this because Rob did a good job going over it, but the site contains just under 17 acres. It's located on the west side of South Trade Street at the intersection of South Trade, Pleasant Plains Road, and Weddington Road. Next slide. It's just south of the Mara Athletic Fields and south of the intersection of Fullwood Lane and South Trade Street. Next slide. And these are just a series of aerial photographs to give you some context. And then if we need to refer to the aerial photographs during the question and answer portion of the public hearing. Next slide. Next slide. And they just zoom in closer, as you can see. Next slide. You can see there's a creek or stream in the western portion of the site and a pond. This is just the zoning map of the town of Matthews, or a portion of that map. The site, as you can see, it's on the left-hand side of the screen. It's currently zoned R15. Parcels to the north and south are also zoned R15. Across South Trade Street, you have R12 and R15 zoning. The athletic fields of Mara, located to the north, are zoned residential institutional, CD. Next slide, please. As Rob stated, the request is to rezone the site from the R15 zoning district to the R12 MFCD zoning district to accommodate the development of a for-lease residential community on the site that would be comprised of multifamily flat style and one family attached townhome style dwelling units. There could be a maximum of 131 dwelling units in this community, and a minimum of 37 of the 131 dwelling units would be one family attached townhome style dwelling units. I do want to add one thing before I turn it over to Jack. The community meeting we had for this rezoning request was a virtual Zoom meeting, given the restrictions imposed by the governor, particularly at that time. So it was a little unusual a little different from the typical community meetings that we have. I will say it was not well attended. We had 4 people request the link, I believe. We had 1 person attend. 2 of the folks that requested the link, we did follow, but didn't attend. We did follow up via email or a phone call. But I'm going to turn it over to Jack now, who's going to tell you a little bit about the project, or the proposed project. And then Colin Brock will go a little further into detail on the site plan. And then Russell DeVita will speak to the architectural design. And then Dylan can answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, John. I am glad to be seen, but I'm not sure how this screen will do that. So I will just go ahead and give you some overview. Good evening to Mayor Higdon and the Board of Commissioners, staff and community members. I want to introduce myself first. I'm Jack Levinson with Lapp Persson Associates. I've been with Lapp Persson Associates for 35 years. We're located here in Charlotte. We developed the town hall and library in downtown Matthews. And we developed and still own and manage the buildings that comprise Matthews Station that are other than the town hall and library. We developed and still own a building fronting Sam Newell and Cruz Park. And we have some other land in Matthews. So the point just I wanted to make is that we're vested in Matthews, and we want sincerely qualitative and sustainable developments. Just a little overview on the site itself before Colin Brock dials in a little more specifically. As Rob Will mentioned earlier, the total land area is about 6.8 acres, and approximately 10 of those acres we are discussing with the Mecklenburg County Park and Rec to dedicate that land to them. And that land area, which you'll see on the site plan, goes to the very rear of the property. And that would include a future ramp that connects the tunnel under South Trade up to South Trade Street. And that is certainly an objective that we would like to do, is dedicate that land. The other portion of the 16.8 acres is approximately 6.5, maybe a little bit more acreage that is developable for the townhomes and the flats. One of the things that I want to mention and reference, and their site plan just came to the screen, in that acreage, the 10 acres at the back, we will be good environmental stewards. We have met with habitat and wildlife keepers. I met with the president, and his name is Daniel Jacobitz. And with Daniel's guidance, he will help us achieve a North Carolina certified wildlife habitat. We'll have to get rid of invasive plant species such as kudzu and wisteria, put in some barred owl boxes. And also, along with being a good steward for this property, we have met with Debbie Foster, who is the co-chair of the Matthews Tree and Appearance Committee. And through her guidance, we will make sure that the plant materials and trees will be the native plants within the project and along the frontage road. I'm going to just mention a couple of highlights regarding the actual buildings. Once Colin and Russell have described in more detail and some future slides, I'm happy to talk even more detail. But the project is proposed to be townhomes and flats. To start with the townhomes will have garages that will be designed for 2-car parking, side-by-side parking. They will be 2-bed and 3-bed townhomes. And then as far as the flats, that will have the on-surface parking that you see in the site plan. One of the things that we will emphasize and that we're very excited to do is that this residential community will emphasize health and fitness. You'll see through some future slides, open space, pool, fitness both interior space and in the exterior gathering spaces. And of course, the big thing is the greenway. We want to connect to the greenway, and that's certainly a health and fitness aspect that we are excited about. And the final thing I'll mention before Colin takes over to describe more in detail the site plan, and I think Rob Will has referenced this earlier in his report, the scale of the buildings that front South Trade Street and Weddington Road are a 2-story structure. We want to be in a scale that is harmonious with surrounding neighborhoods. And the topographic nature of this site helps us lend to do that. And I just wanted to point that particular aspect out as we're now going to hear more on the site plan. Colin? Colin, are you present, and is your mute microphone open?
Present, his microphone is muted.
Everyone hear me now?
Yes. Thank you.
Colin, there's a slide, there's another site plan that's the next slide that has, I think the stream highlighted in blue, if that's preferable for you.
Okay.
Just tell me when to advance the slides, Colin.
All right. Go ahead, please. Thank you. Again, my name is Colin Brock. I'm the managing partner of Block Design. We're the civil engineer and landscape architect on this project. As Jack had mentioned, the site is definitely has a considerable amount of constraints, particularly topography and also the floodplain areas that you see here in blue. We are definitely going to be exceeding the minimum requirements for the tree save area, which will be comprising most of the area to the rear of the site, the north part of the site. The approximate acreage, developable acreage, is about 8 acres, 7.5 to 8 acres. And Jack has kind of gone through most of the site plan, so I won't belabor that until we get into some questions. One of the things to point out is some of the driveway challenges that we have. We were required to orient the driveway in that right in, right out, where there's going to be existing concrete median along the east part of the site. And that kind of set the main spine road, if you will, that cuts through. This will be a private drive that runs through the entire site. As you guys have seen, you've got the larger multifamily buildings, the flats along the frontage and the corner, and we're able to place one in the rear as well, with the remaining being the townhomes. As Jack had mentioned, these will be a split level, both from the flats will be a 2-3 split for the flats. The topography really drops off significantly, with about 25 to 30 feet from basically the floodplain area to the top of the road. So accommodating split levels has helped us kind of creatively address some of the topography challenges that really specifically can be done through a development like this versus maybe a different type of development. Jay had mentioned a commercial development would be very difficult to attain in a site of this size and with the challenges that it faces from a topography standpoint. And from a stormwater standpoint, we have submitted the PCO plan. It is currently in review, which considers a underground detention system that you can see in the triangular parking area and the kind of north, well, almost basically the center of the site. That will handle the stormwater quantity, so the detention of the quantity of the stormwater, and the secondary part of the water quality will be a constructed wetland within the floodplain, which is permissible by all of the regulatory standards. And so this will be a constructed natural wetland with plants and something that will be specifically designed to be an attractive component based on our plant selection. The existing pond area will remain as its current state. It currently is in the floodplain area. We are looking to apply some mitigation efforts both on the existing stream that runs through the site, and which also considers a small portion of the pond just from a grading to try to minimize some walls. And the stream will be bypassed and woven through the site and discharged back into the main creek area. I think that pretty much sums up the high points. I mean, the perimeter by the required code, we have a perimeter streetscape as required. And the center of the site also has a clubhouse amenity with pool. And that is pretty much sums up the site plan.
Thank you. Russell, are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Jay, can you forward the slide? Please, thank you. So, Jay, thank you, Jay. Can you see that, Russell?
Yep. I don't know if you can hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so thanks, Colin. Thanks, Jack. So this slide shows you're on Weddington Road looking towards South Trade Street. And this slide highlights, these are the townhomes you're seeing, these first 3 buildings. The flat building is further in the distance. But this slide highlights again how we've really taken great care to keep the massing along the main streets at 2 stories to tie into the adjacent residential. And we've also, you can kind of start to see how in the back there's the garages that Jack was referring to at a basement level, so they're not seen from the street. You know, we were also took great care in the massing of the buildings, so to create interest in the roof lines, so they read as small buildings, small individual units instead of large massive buildings. So we've done that with both
the articulation of the roof lines, as well as the materials, using different materials such as brick and siding, also using different colors. We've also employed different architectural elements such as the coverings over the entryways or the bay elements, as you can see. So again, just really working hard to make it fit into the scale of the surrounding neighborhoods. Also, we were really concerned about fronting the buildings on the streetscape, creating that connection instead of internalizing it. So we have, as you can see, we have entry doors as you go down the street to create that sense of community, not only for this development, but also for Matthews as a whole. We thought this was a really great opportunity to create a gateway project for Matthews as you both enter and leave Matthews. So again, just a lot of focus on that connectivity. Thought it'd be great for residents to be able to, just walk up to the ball fields or just, ride their bikes up into town. So a lot of time spent on that neighborhood feel. I guess you go to the next slide. And this is kind of a straight on elevation of the same rendering we just saw. The building to the left was the one that we saw closest in the perspective. So the first three buildings on the left are the townhome style buildings. The building on the far right is the flats, composed of flats. It has basically there's 2 units on the center portion of that building and 1 on each end. And again, we've broken up the roof lines so they read as more single unit buildings, and we've scaled the roof down so it reads at the same scale as the adjacent townhome. So again, just really reinforcing that language and that rhythm along the street to read more like a single family development. Guess we go to the next slide. And like Jack mentioned and folks mentioned earlier, we've really taken a lot of pains with the planning of this community, so it does have that community feel. And we've kind of highlighted some of those green areas where they can act more like a pocket park, where there's community amenities and gathering spaces that provide that interactive function. I think the next slide has some images of some of those, the feel of some of those spaces. Actually, the image on the top left and the middle bottom image are images from another one of Lap Purser's projects that has done a really great job. It's a pocket park development, but just kind of really highlights those community spaces and those interactive spaces. The other images show kind of what that pocket park amenity could be, and or the greenway kind of connectivity with that image on the bottom left. And the image on the far right, I think that just has the feel of how we can treat some of those internal streets. So again, it has much more of a neighborhood feel. So again, just really trying to create that sense of community and that sense of scale that I think fits in with Matthews.
If I may add to Russ's comment on that last slide with the images, please. So the top left, as Russ referenced, in the bottom middle, that's a project that we have here in Charlotte. And I am glad to tour the board at any time to see this project. There are some similarities, but there's some uniqueness as well. This isn't going to be the exact that we are proposing for Matthews, but there are quite a few connecting similarities that we would propose, and seeing these townhomes and the interiors and the flats will give a great sense of what our vision is in Matthews. And the one last thing I want to mention, just on a data point, when Colin was reviewing the sidewalk, the site plan, and Russ was talking about connectivity, our site plan does show a wider sidewalk along South Trade Street and Weddington Road than the ordinance requires. We are showing a 7-foot wide sidewalk. And of course, the appropriate setbacks that the Matthews ordinance requires. Thank you.
Anything else, Jack?
I'll just add as sort of some closing remarks, but we'll now answer questions and what have you. But you know, we will see positive growth in Mecklenburg County, Matthews, and what have you. And with that positive growth, we want to execute, and we know we can execute, a high quality, high level of quality development. One that we believe and expect will be community friendly, and we are long-term owners, and that's just the final comments I'll make at this time. Thank you.
Thank you all for your consideration. We're happy to answer any questions.
I'll just take a second and note that Mayor Higdon, is he on? I don't think he's logged back on, has he? He's having computer problems, so he's doing his best to log back on right now.
Hey, I'm back. I've been having a lot of computer issues tonight. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. All right, I've been offline for about the last 2 or 3 minutes, so where are we?
Just
Ready?
finished the applicant's presentation, and we were asking if any of the board have questions. We have not heard any questions yet.
So any questions from any of the board? Commissioner McCool.
Excuse me. Just for clarification to those in the public, when you say flats in your presentation, you mean essentially apartments, correct?
Sorry, correct. I didn't know who was going to answer that, John or me, correct?
Sorry.
Thank you.
Sorry, Jack.
Okay. Any other questions, Commissioner Urban, sir?
I mean, I would, I just point out to the fellow commissioners that it's been customary. This is the point in time to lay out your concerns, your questions, your positives and your negatives. It is sort of unduly unfair to a petitioner for us to be quiet during this period of time and then circle back a couple of weeks from now after the planning board has a chance to take a crack at this and we start expressing reservations about something or positive notes about something. I didn't want to necessarily go first. I wanted to hear some comments from other board members, but again, it's not really fair to the petitioner to hear from us late in the game, but I will start into this. I know Mr. Carmichael knows that I've never put one of these down. I will say, first of all, I want to thank all those that sent the emails in, and I appreciate all the thoughtful comments for the most part that came about this petition. I'm pleasantly pleased that now the letters are more about traffic and parking and scale and mass, as opposed to apartment dwellers are undesirable. I see less and less of that conversation. So I'm glad that people are sort of understanding that it's not an us versus them situation. At the same time, I'm hearing less and less about property values being declining. Apartment projects of this quality and scale do not affect single family home prices. So I realized that was great. There was one personal attack in an email to me, and I would hope that maybe as we get down to deliberation later, Charlie could resuscitate or recite why and when a commissioner needs to recuse himself in a petition. I think that would be very helpful for the general public, because they all assume and are making accusations that I or somebody else needs to recuse himself, regardless of what the case may be. That being said, I don't think anybody here would want to have their government dictate what they could or not do with their property or sell their property. And Mr. Williams, he's the private property owner. He has been a longtime resident. I don't know if he still lives in Matthews or not. I know he's held onto this land for a very, very long time. He's forested it in the past from that standpoint. And he has every right to sell his property for a return. And I did get some emails saying, hey, let the land be left alone. Keep it as a greenway or a park space. I want to reiterate to everybody, we don't own this piece of property. If the private sector wants to band together and buy this parcel and turn it into a park and tie it to the greenway, have at it. But again, if tide was reversed, I don't think any homeowner would want somebody coming in and saying, we need to turn your property into a park or something like that. So some highlights: the property has floodplain issues, difficult topo, and it's situated on a really congested intersection. Someday it'll be finished. I don't know when. So I just want to lay out some things here to the general public. If not this, what else? We could look at single family homes, as some people have suggested. I looked at it. I think that you might get 25 houses on there, 25 very expensive homes on this piece of property. Does that benefit anybody? I don't have the answer. You could do all townhomes. You could look at that. The ratio of dwelling units per acre at 7.79 is very close to what townhomes would fall out to be. This might be the best consideration. You could do a smattering of townhomes with and without garages and reduce the impact a little bit. The follow-up question would be, is it okay to have for rent versus for sale townhomes? I think some people didn't have a problem for being rent if it was a townhome, and other people that absolutely don't want to see anything to do with rental. But we also have to realize that you got to be careful what you wish for, and Jay can attest to this, is that it's also zoned by right now. And so a church, a daycare, or similar use could come in as well and look to purchase the property and develop it on that. So is a church a higher impact, less impact? I don't know. All those decisions reflect on what the landowner can get for his land. Obviously, if Jack and Company can't do what they're proposing, the landowner may have to reduce his price or do something to negotiate something different. So it makes a little bit of a difference. That all being said, I do want to acknowledge the petitioner. They have been very gracious to me. They have met with me several times for virtual meetings or personal meetings. And they have continually sort of adjusted and made changes of suggestions I've made. I think, we'll be very frank, they've made some really good architectural moves, like the two-story street edge. It's a good idea to step it down behind it. It relates to the scale of the street and does things like that. The idea of creating more of a townhome imagery works really, really nicely and is more in characteristic with the residential character. I think they did a really good job of working to break down the scale of the project. So here's where I normally rattle off my architectural and planning suggestions, and I run through my list, and John's quickly writing everything down. But at this time, I'm not going to rattle off any suggestions. I'm more than happy to help and refine the discussion. But if the majority of the board isn't wanting to refine the discussion any further, I don't want to waste the petitioner's time. I don't want to waste my time. I mean, they're already working with Hawk, working with Debbie at with the Appearance and Tree Board, which I think is great. I still believe in varied housing types, higher density and workforce housing. But I also believe, and we've been talking about this, that there are corridors for these type of projects. And I still sort of stand by the Highway 74, Monroe Road, parallel road network, everything between there, along the thoroughfares, as Jay pointed out in the land use plan, as being the more appropriate places for a larger apartment type project. So I'm going to leave it at that. I'd rather circle back and sort of respond to some things, but at this stage in the game, I think there would need to be some continued working. I'd rather see it more of a townhome project as a mediator between single family homes and downtown. But I think the petitioner's done a really good job, and the first person has really sort of addressed what's going on that site. Long-winded, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Commissioner Urban. Commissioner Bland.
Well, I also sort of wanted to echo, I think they've done a lot of work on this, and I appreciate it. And I read all of the letters and all of the comments, and I would say the vast majority of them were people that were just opposition because of they want to keep Matthews small town flavor, as I do, and I think all the members of the board do. But I think some people honed in on the one issue that I'm the most concerned about, which is the traffic at that particular intersection in the morning and in the afternoons is terrible. And I'm concerned about the impact more than anything about that would have in making that just a terrible location, and a bottleneck there in the town. I'd like to hear more about that and what, if anything, can be done to make that a better solution there, if there is anything that can be done, because that is one thing that I am really concerned about with, what is it, 131 dwellings there, people going to work in the morning, taking kids to school. That's sort of a tough spot. And so that's something I'd like to hear more about, and I'd like to get other people's thoughts on it as well.
Yeah, so Dave, this is Dylan Turner. Can you guys all hear me?
I can.
Okay, great. So we did the traffic impact study. We coordinated it with Town of Matthews, with Susan, and NCDOT, and we got our traffic study approved by NCDOT with the one aspect is adding a right turn lane to our right in, right out access on South Trade Street. What we found in the traffic study was prior to the, let me get this, the U58, I got it right here. Yeah, the U5804B project, that yes, it's congested there and there were long delays. But whenever you are able to add in the additional northbound through lane with the construction that's going on there, and that's still ongoing, and then you add the capacity of the dual left coming from Weddington Road. So you have a single left and then you have a shared through left, that we found that the capacity improves with that, and that when you add our site traffic on, that there's very little impact. I'll get the exact intersection level for you. I'm just flipping through the TIA really quick.
Well, while you're looking at that, my thought is, at least where I'm seeing the thing that I'm most concerned about is the exit that comes out there on Weddington Road, where people are trying to get out and turn left to go in towards town on Weddington Road there, especially in the morning hours or in the afternoon hours. That's going to be a big problem because the traffic backs way up that road right now.
Right.
Not from the construction that's going on up there.
Right. And one of the things that's going on with that construction that's addressing that issue is the dual lefts. So right now, your left turn split there, so left going towards town versus right going out of town, it's very weighted towards going towards town, that left turn is. So with the new project, you're going to have additional left turn capacity, which then should shorten that queue length up, because now you're able to make 2 lanes as a left versus just a single it is today. And with that, and with our sim traffic modeling, which is the kind of visual modeling of the traffic, we saw that backup not affect the site access. So we didn't see the queues get back and back up towards the site access.
One of the other comments that I got from several people that wrote to me was about that there were people that were so frustrated that they were making right-hand turns and then turning left and going through a neighborhood to come out to get around, to have to avoid the huge backup at that intersection. And that's the kind of nightmare stories that have me concerned. But that, like I said, I understand there's big construction going on there right now, and it's been a mess for a long time. There's been a lot of frustration backed up and pent up because of, I think, the delays that have caused. But I do want to have to really think about that because I want to feel a lot more secure about that because that is a big problem. And I don't want to create another bottleneck. And if there's a way that we can plan around that and get around that. Is there anything else that you could do that you might think that would facilitate people getting out up there on the Weddington Road exit from this property?
Yeah, I mean, so I think that I believe that the upcoming project, so when that project is complete, which should be talking to DOT, talking to Sean Epperson there at DOT, is it should be any time now. But I think that whenever you get that capacity of the dual left, so I'll call it dual lefts, but it's a left and a shared left-right, but you get that extra capacity, you get that extra ability to turn left, people will, it's more, you have an easier turn, you have more capacity to make it. So then you're not kind of forced to take the right. Whereas I can see now that right turn, there's just not a lot of people making that right turn. So you have less interference with that, but coming up in the future, you have the ease of the dual left. So I believe that that project is addressing that issue with the added left turn capacity. And that's what our results show that in the traffic study.
All right, well, thank you. That's what main thing I want to hear more about. Thank you.
Other
Yes.
comments from the board? Commissioner Miller.
Thank you. I have heartburn over two topics. The first is schools and overcrowding in our schools, the topic of learning cottages, trailers, whatever you choose to call them. And the other item is the transition that I've heard mentioned already that doesn't exist. For example, you usually have commercial around 74 or Monroe Road and things like that, sometimes industrial, and then little by little you transition into residential. And this particular property is surrounded entirely by single family homes. And we're plopping apartments right down in the middle of it. And there is no transition there. And that and the burden on schools is, as well as traffic, of course, is what I feel needs to be thought about as well.
Mayor Pro Tem Garner.
Yeah, so I'd like to sort of echo what Commissioner Urban said, that we are, and I've said this in letters to responding to people, that we're, ethically obligated to hear what the property owner is proposing to do. And so that's what this process is about, and listening to residents. A couple of people have asked me about the affordability of these and if there will be any units that are 30 to 50% AMI.
I don't know who from your team wants to answer that, Jack or
Yes,
John?
sir. Mayor Pro Tem Gardner. The units, the townhomes and the flats are intended to be market-based units.
Let's see. So addressing the school issue, I've been looking at the numbers for where our elementary school is, because that's where my kids are. So I'm more familiar with that. But Matthews Elementary, when the current projects are completed, the current apartments are completed, will be at 137% capacity. And this would add, less than probably 10 more students to it. But there is a concern among parents in the surrounding neighborhoods about what will happen to the schools. How many more trailers can we get outside? So the big concern, I think, really boils down to the density of this project. And even though it's not as dense as many apartment complexes, the density on that corner, from what I'm hearing from the people of Matthews, is really a concern.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Garner. Let me just echo that. I think at least a few of the petitioners know that I live in the Ashley Creek neighborhood, which is right upstream of this proposed project. And for about 25 years, I worked at Combraco Industries, which is on Matthews Mint Hill Road. And I've shared with previous boards before I was even an elected official that traffic would sometimes back up all the way to Union County on Pleasant Plains in the morning. I couldn't get out of my own neighborhood. And it was exacerbated by the school traffic that Commissioner Miller was talking about. Traffic would back up from that on Trade Street there. So when I read the frustration and the anger of some of the letters we're getting about this proposed development regarding traffic, I can certainly appreciate it. Traffic in non-COVID times in this corridor is absolutely horrendous. It backs up in all directions. And I'm not exaggerating when I say there are cars all the way up past, was it Potter Road, all the way into Union County waiting to come down into Matthews. So I do have a concern about a development of this magnitude, this density on that corner, because unless there are, incredible improvements made to the current situation, when we're in non-COVID times, it's just miserable. I literally found out I could ride a bicycle or walk to work, which was about 3 or 4 miles away, faster than I could drive. That's how terrible traffic was for years and years. So it does give me great concern to consider this much more density and traffic load being dumped into this particular intersection. Commissioner McCool.
I have concerns that echo basically what everyone on the board so far has said. I have real heartburn about schools as well. As Mayor Pro Tem Garner said, Matthews Elementary is going to be at 137% capacity, and even adding 7 more kids, that's 7 more kids who have to go to the lunchroom and find seats in the lunchroom. That's kids who need a classroom. I mean, it may not seem like a huge amount of students, but it still is significant enough to cause more issues at schools. And the traffic thing, I've driven this before COVID, and the traffic's horrible. And the thought of having a significant amount of more cars here is, I can see why, so many people have so much heartburn over this. I can absolutely empathize and see why they feel that way. And those are the 2 things that I have major heartburn with.
Commissioner Whitley.
Mayor, I guess I'm the last one, and I too want to thank all of the people who have wrote in, and I read all of your concerns, and quite a few of you are on tonight. And as the previous commissioners has stated, I think the biggest 90% of your concern was traffic, and I know that the mayor and Commissioner Miller both live right in this area, and I wanted to hear their concerns because that's affecting them. And I know Commissioner Miller is right in the midst of all of that. But I see and I believe that once completed with this bridge and all of that, it's going to open up some traffic. But I want to tell the petitioner, you did a wonderful job. I think as commissioner, I think this is the 3rd proposal that I've seen for this site. And from my point of view, I like this one better than the other 2. And I think it meets some of the requirements that you're looking for and the layout, even though it's in the floodplain, and also for the greenway. It's just, I'm agreeing with Commissioner Bland, and the concern is that that left turn on Weddington Road coming out on the upper side of it. And I think if we can maybe see how we can make sure all of that. But I do believe that once this bridge and this whole area is completed, and I believe it should be completed very soon, but I did hear, and I appreciate all your concerns from the residents, and also for all that everyone said tonight. But the design plan and the layout, I'm satisfied that it's a good looking plan, and it's a little density, but I think it could work if the traffic issue, from what I'm hearing from the resident, can be eased up, improved. I'm not so much worried about the schools because we just overcrowded. No matter what, build is gonna add to the schools, and that's just an ongoing thing that we're just gonna have to live with until we can build some more schools. But thank you all for your concerns, and thank you for your design too. Thank you, Mayor.
All right. Any other comments from any of the commissioners? How about the planning board? Any comments or questions from the planning board? I can see some of you. Speak up if you have a question or comment. Mr. Foster, do you have a comment?
Yeah, just a quick comment. First of all, I'd like to thank the petitioner for what they've done to put together what I think is really a great plan for that type of an area. There's obviously a lot of restrictions based on the floodplain, the shape in the land, the topography, you name it. And I also agree with Commissioner Whitley that this is not the first plan that's been presented for that location. It's by far the best that I've seen. Certainly there are concerns about the traffic. I think a lot of those concerns will be eliminated if the bridge ever gets finished. And certainly the bridge will be finished, I think, before a project such as this, if it were allowed to move forward, would get done. I also live in that area, and I spent several years working my way down Pleasant Plains heading toward Matthews in the morning. And depending on your timing, it could be not too bad, or it could be absolutely nightmarish, bad enough to make you want to turn around and go into Union County and work your way around. Commissioner Miller last year, when we were talking about sprucing up some of the areas in the town for the Republican convention, Jeff, I believe this is one of your hot spots. It is ugly, and I know some work has been done at that intersection already. I don't think it's finished yet. I think this would make a great gateway into the town of Matthews. I think it's going to have a good look if it goes through, but certainly a lot of concerns about the traffic. I do think a lot of that will be eliminated with the bridge being finished. And I think we need more specific information about the schools, because what we've been talking about as far as additions to Matthews Elementary, that's kind of conjecture at this point. We don't know. And I think we need to take that into consideration also.
Thank you, Mike. Are there any other questions or comments from the planning board? And again, I can't see all of you, so if you just speak up if you have a question or comment. Natasha?
Yeah, hey, I think reiterating pretty much what everyone else has already said. And then I think someone did mention the comment about being able to cut through the property to skip that light. If you take a right into the property and then go right out onto Weddington, that's a concern I have. And I think, I guess this might be a question for the petitioner, but so it sounds like it could be rental or for purchase. Is that maybe the townhomes or is it all rental? All rental. Jeff's telling me it's all rental. Okay. To me, that doesn't make a huge difference. I was just curious. And then, yeah, again, about the schools, just, overcrowding our schools, and especially now, post COVID too, space and be able to spread out and give our children, proper, space so they don't get sick from one another. We don't know what the future holds yet on that front. So that is a concern of mine as well.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I have a couple questions. The apartments themselves, how many bedrooms are we looking at? I mean, if I'm looking at the number of units, how many units, and what are the bedrooms within the apartment style? Jack, you're muted.
I'm sorry, we have not, can you hear me now?
Yes.
We have not finalized the unit types with the number of 2 beds or 3 beds or 1 beds. So at this time, I'm going to hold on that answer, but I'm making a note, and I can at a post this meeting, I can get you that answer.
The other, I guess my only other concern is the density. And I understand the need to do that within developing, but the reality in that corner, I like quite a few of these. I live in this area. So I guess the biggest issue I probably have is with the pure density of that within that space, and the fact that we're looking at multi-family dwelling units in a heavily predominantly single family home area, and we just need to take that into consideration.
Okay.
That's it.
Thank you, Mike.
Mm-hmm.
Anyone else like to make a comment or question from the planning board? All right. Hearing none, we're going to move into comments from the public. We're going to start by having our town clerk, Lori Canapino, read 3 comments that came in. And then we're going to have several, I believe we have at least 10 people signed up that'll speak. We don't have a time limit on our public hearing, but I'll remind folks that we do have multiple speakers. So please, don't go on and on for an excessive amount of time. I'm going to ask Lori to introduce each of the speakers as they come up. And one more thing I'd like to say is there were a few folks that signed up to speak but were unable to because they didn't get back with Lori to go through the telephone protocol. And we have to do that on these Zoom meetings. So I'll just remind folks to make sure that you do call back in and do a test of the telephone hookup with Lori, or otherwise we can't allow you to come on here because of the logistics of the meeting. So anyway, I'll turn it over to Lori. Go ahead and go ahead and read our first 3 comments and then introduce our speakers. Thank you, Lori.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I was advised that my microphone is not picking up super well. So if you can't hear me, please just interrupt and let me know. Our first comment is from Jean Twisdale. Ms. Twisdale says, please vote no for the rezoning at 1700 Weddington Road. The roads and the schools can't take the amount of congestion 131 apartments/townhomes would create. That is adding a neighborhood with more homes than the 124 homes in Winterbrook. Weddington Road is already overcrowded. Our apartments will also change the small town Matthews culture. Please vote no. Okay. Our second comment is from Jason Majewski. Mr. Majewski says, dear members of the Matthews community, I would strongly encourage you to vote against the rezoning of 1700 Weddington Road. The proposed rental and townhouse community would add an additional layer of both residential and vehicular density to Weddington Road, South Trade Street, which already struggles with lengthy backups, dangerous merges, and misaligned turning lanes. The proposed apartment complex is also in stark contrast to all of the surrounding single-family residential communities. The character and charm of Matthews is in the quaintness of its downtown, its parks and greenways, and surrounding residential communities. Adding a layer of apartment and townhomes within the primary corridor between Squirrel Lake and downtown only serves to detract from what makes this town great. Please preserve this vital section of Matthews. Our third and final written comment is from, oops, one moment. Is from Jim Hardzinski. It is a bit longer, so just be prepared. Matthews Planning, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Commissioners. My interest in this project originates from the need to commute this route down to the McKee Road area for shopping and commuting. I am against the addition of apartments on this property. I think it should remain zoned as R15 and developed as such. I prefer to see owner-occupied housing for neighborhood stability. The impact of 131 units, or even 45 houses, on the infrastructure in this area, specifically the traffic flow, needs to be reviewed in either case, apartment zoning or R15. After review of zoning application 2020-715 for the Weddington Road rezoning, I am concerned with a few issues with the following details. 1, traffic, Weddington Road and site access B. And the next few items are in bullet points. Bullet point 1, the TIA study indicates the following recommendation. Weddington Road at site access B eastbound left turn lane with a minimum storage of 50 feet. He comments, no right turn lane recommended for Weddington Road onto site access B. The next bullet point, I do not agree with this recommendation. Turn lanes, or lack thereof, are major contributors to traffic flow and traffic safety, including pedestrian and bike paths. In this particular situation, people are clearing the Weddington Trade Pleasant Plain intersection and accelerating to go down Weddington Road. Any right turn backup in this case would impede flow and create a situation for traffic safety problems. Compounding this issue are the bike lanes on Weddington Road and Trade Street. One moment. A solution, I apologize, I'm having some issues with my computer. One moment, please.
Tonight is the night for bad computers.
It is indeed. Okay, a solution to this is to require a right turn lane from Weddington into site access B. The next item, traffic, Trade Street into site access A. This is South Trade Street at site access A. No auxiliary turn lanes are warranted or recommended per page 44 of the TIA. The bullet points are thus. Turn lane proposals from Trade Street on into site access A are recommended. What is concerning will be the left-hand turns from Brenham onto Trade Street and left turns from site access A onto Trade Street. Do the plans indicate a left-hand turn lane onto a dedicated turn lane or onto full traffic? Next, traffic flow when the culvert project is completed, 2021 question mark, is not yet understood. The projected traffic flow will be complicated because site access A lines up with the Brenham entrance. This apartment exit will allow vehicles leaving the premises to pull into Trade Street flow, left or right. Common sense tells me this will not be a good situation. I foresee a future petition from the apartment and or Brenham Lane communities asking for a stoplight. The addition of a light would make the fourth light from Trade and John Street down to the McKee Road area. Please remember there will be an additional light at the future Weddington exit. This would in effect create increased commute times for those that need to use the Trade Weddington Pleasant Plains corridor. This corridor is a main route for commuters into Charlotte via Fullwood, Highway 51, Sardis Road. Bike lanes, sidewalks, and pedestrian crossings need to be considered for safety of those travelers. Development of this property without infrastructure improvements creates undesirable situations. I think the city owes it to itself to admit that this is a potential problem with its development and review options to mitigate. Please do not allow a development on this property until this situation is fully reviewed. For items 1 and 2, I would encourage all of those involved in the vote and recommendation, including the Planning Commission, to travel Trade Street during the rush hours and experience this corridor for yourself. Imagine the post-COVID traffic in the AM and PM, work and school traffic, and how the new site accesses fit into the scheme. Number 3, water runoff. As with any removal of ground vegetation and elevation adjustments to be replaced with new land slopes and surface coverings of asphalts, concrete, and road surfaces, what is the effect on 4 Mile Creek? I am hoping that all downstream property owners are fully aware of this development and have had a chance to review the runoff mitigation plans with the developer, Planning Commission, and Mecklenburg County Stormwater Services. Best practices may not be enough for this situation. Number 4, closing. In my opinion, vote for this development or future R15 development of this property should be done only after the infrastructure needs are adequately addressed. In its current form, I recommend rejection. I stated traffic is the big issue. In doing so, I am implying the past incremental traffic studies, while using acceptable historical data, have resulted in the current traffic problems in the city of Matthews today. It is my opinion it is time to think beyond minimum recommendations as these developments arise to make living in Matthews a joy and not a burden. And that is the end of that comment. Okay, so we are now going to start bringing in our public speakers. As the mayor mentioned, there are 10 of them. I am going to read off their names in the order in which we're going to call them just so that they can be prepared. We're going to start with Laura Petrie, Move on to Liz Teifer, then Aaron Polsgrove, Linda Lyles, Mike Mattis, Brittany and Blake Gilly, Nick and Hannah Crosby, Lindsay Sawy, Christy and Bill Barkley, and David Kraus. There is no time limit on these speakers, as the mayor mentioned previously. Ms. Petrie, are you ready?
Yeah, how'd I draw the short straw for first?
You may begin when you're ready.
Okay, yeah, I'm ready. Can I go ahead?
Go ahead.
Okay, so I currently live in Hampton Green, which is at the corner of Fullwood and Trade. And as everyone has noted, and I'm sure people after me will note, the traffic is horrific. In its current state, I cannot turn left onto Fullwood because the traffic backs up from the intersection at Trade all the way to 51. I can't get out onto Trade Street because the flow of traffic is constant. Even when the light is red at Fullwood, that right-hand turn lane is nonstop. I have no other way to get out of my development. That is it. And I can't get out now. I mean, COVID, yes, but pre-COVID, I couldn't get out. Those are 2-lane roads. And if you've got this double left-hand turn or whatever coming onto Trade Street, and then they're going to turn left onto Fullwood to get into Charlotte, it's just going to be worse. I'll never get out of there. What the TIA fails to take into consideration is the impact of the people that already live here and them getting out onto these roads that now have more traffic. The people that live on Weddington, how are they going to turn left to get into their developments when there's twice as many cars going that way? It's not going to happen. And then let's talk about the impact on public services. We've got 2 internet providers. We have no fiber optic cable. When I have to dial in from a VPN, I have to use a static IP address because I'm constantly getting booted off of the internet because of too much heavy traffic. So then that's going to be even worse. And then let's talk about crime. I don't care how fancy your apartments are going to be. When you've got apartments, there's more crime. If you look at the crime map of Matthews, and I went out and looked at spotcrime.com, and then you look at a map of Matthews, the major percentage of that crime is where all the apartment complexes are. The one reason I moved over here to this part of town is because there are no apartment complexes over here. And I don't care if you say that apartment complexes don't affect property values. Yes, they do. And I hope there's a realtor on the call that's speaking, or a realtor in the audience that can, email you and let you know people don't want to live by rental properties. They just don't. That's just a fact. And I've looked at studies online. There was one from the University of Nebraska where this guy did like a 60-page graduate thesis on how apartment complexes lower property values, which I can send to you. So, I mean, I've got a lot of concerns, not just traffic. I've got other concerns. Traffic is the main thing because I just can't get out of my development. But, there's a lot of other things to consider. And I know, it's going to increase the tax base, but I don't think it's worth the additional impact on the services, the traffic, and all the other negatives that come with it. And I don't have kids in school, so I will, defer that to people who can speak towards that because I can't. But those were just my thoughts on it. I'm definitely against it. I can't get out of my neighborhood as it is. So I just can't see a property of that size coming in here. It's just not going to work. And I don't have anything against the property owner wanting to sell their property or I don't care, but we can't handle that kind of capacity. So those are my thoughts. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Liz Tyfer. Ms. Tyfer, are you ready? If not, we can move on to the next speaker if Liz comes back before we're done with our public comment.
I'm here.
Thank you. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Yes, thank you. I'm Liz Typer. This is my husband, Ron Typer. I also wrote in to the council just to kind of give my thoughts, but and a lot of that was covered. So it's comforting to know that everyone's kind of feeling the same thing here. We live in Courtney, which is right next to the proposed site. You know, we understand that progress is a real thing that's going to happen. And obviously rentals are in demand, as we all know, by the apartment communities popping up all over the perimeter of Matthews. So my feeling is like, well, the lesser of evils is like, okay, well, they should be there, but the perimeter is more, it feels like more of the city. Whereas this parcel of land feels like it's right in the middle of our town. And I feel like the town has worked so hard and been so successful at really making it that small town charming feel. Specifically in the last 5-6 years, that we really have become a destination. People want to be here. And I just feel like, personally, that parcel of land could be used better. I would rather see 12 to 15 custom-built homes that kind of overlook the creek and could preserve. It would also start with preserving nature in the creek. So I definitely object to it. In the traffic, as everyone has already said, I think that's a commonality. It's horrendous. So we have a hard time getting out, and this would not make it better. I'd rather see 35 cars than 250 cars on the road. So that's my opinion.
Yeah, and I'll just add to my wife's comments here that, you know, we've watched the town of Matthews grow for the last 20 years. We were drawn to this community because of its appeal, good school systems, the area where we live, again, the area we're talking about, single family homes, which was exactly what drew us to this area. And I believe that that is what draws many people to our area. I don't think I need to say much more on the traffic side of it. I do think that the person who wrote that third letter that was read meticulously outlined many concerns that we had in reviewing the proposal. So thank you for the individual that invested the amount of time to give us that level of detail and insight into what this proposal might need to, you know, to even be feasible. And I believe firmly that the infrastructure segment of that hits the nail on the head. We have seen a lot in the development of the Charlotte area where it seems infrastructure has come after the development has occurred. And it would be really nice to see us finish what we have currently going on in the town, which is the development of Trade Street, widening the bridge, the greenway access, before any potential negatively impacting decision is made on this parcel of land. I think if we went and rushed to a decision here and now today, most people would probably feel much more comfortable with, you know, what my wife had said earlier, which was the placement of single family homes in sort of on par with the value of homes that we have seen constructed in this area in the last few years. So that's all we have to say.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Our next speaker is Aaron Polsgrove. Aaron, are you ready? Okay,
Yeah, I'm here.
begin.
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Sure can, thank you.
Hey, great. Hey, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the Board of Commission, thank you all so much for your service to our town. You know, we all have families, and, you know, this is a sacrifice for each of you. I'd also like to thank the Planning Board for all of the work that they do to make sure that all of the varied interests and stakeholder groups are heard and listened to when you guys consider important proposals like this one. My initial concern has already been mentioned a lot and acknowledged, the traffic. So that's been acknowledged by several commissioners, the mayor. I think that's been heard. I'm satisfied that you guys have heard us on that concern, and I'm sure it won't be the last time that you hear that concern mentioned again this evening. I originally was planning to attend this call to oppose this rezoning proposal, but after listening to the thoughtful proposal from the petitioner, I actually found myself attracted to many aspects of it. I think my secondary concern is really just the rapid pace at which the green spaces and natural areas in and around Matthews have been consumed for the purposes of development. I'm not anti-development, but I think it has to be done in the right way and within the spirit of which Matthews is organized, and what has attracted many of us to this town to begin with is the small town feel, the neighborhood feel, the greenery. The tragedy that occurred, I think last year, the Taft Development Group's project there on Monroe Road, where they came in and just raised all of those trees that you used to see as you entered into the town of Matthews along that route. I would hate to see that happen here, but based on what I saw in the proposal, that's not the plan. So I commend again the petitioner for that. I think one thing I would like to see is, I think Commissioner Miller mentioned that there is a plan already to connect the Greenway, the 4 Mile Creek Greenway, through this property along the back of it. And then I guess it sounds like it's going to come up and connect to the sidewalk along Weddington Road. I did not see that plan incorporated into any of the site maps for this proposal. So I did see it mentioned that it's going to be built by somebody else, but I would like to see that incorporated into the site maps so that everybody can see how that's actually going to be accomplished before this project gets approved. And I'll be honest, the one thing that really shocked me when I saw this plan was 131. I think that number has shocked a lot of us as we look at that proposal. 131 units, at the upper limit there. And as my neighbor mentioned in her comment that was read, Jean Twisdale, I mean, that's almost like doubling the size of our current neighborhood. I live in the Winterbrook neighborhood on Honey Creek Lane. And, as has already been mentioned, it is difficult at specific times of the day to get out of our neighborhood. 131 more families, living on this road, I think will certainly complicate that. I would love to see that number, cut down by say 20%. So, closer to around the 100 plus range, I think would probably maybe alleviate some of those concerns. But I will say that after looking at this, I love the idea of the pocket park in the back, but would love to see more specifics on how you plan to connect that greenway so that more people in the town of Matthews can enjoy that space once it is developed.
Lori?
That's all my comments.
Yes, sir.
Two things I'd like to mention is that for clarity purposes, we're not making a decision tonight on this project. We're listening to our citizenry, as is the planning board, and then they will review it. And it's not until October 12th that we would vote. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay, I just want to make sure that no one's nervous about a vote tonight. And as far as the Greenway connector, it will be built by the County Park and Rec. And from what I saw on some of the site plans, there was a little bit of a red indentation where the bridge was, where it was going to come around and curl, I believe. But I just wanted to make those points. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Linda Lyles. Ms. Lyles, are you ready?
Lori, she's not showing up on the screen.
Okay, we'll move on to the next person. If Ms. Lyles comes before we're done with the rest of the folks, then she can just speak at the end. Thank you. Mike Mattis, are you ready?
He's not showing either.
Okay, next up is Brittany and Blake Gilly.
Both Linda and Mike are on the second page of our screen. I can see both of them.
Yeah, they're here. They're both on mute, I think, right now, but they're both here.
Can you hear me? This is Mike Mattis.
Yes.
Okay. I'll be brief. A lot of the concerns I wanted to raise have already been touched on, so this will be quick. Thanks for allowing me to share my comments. My name is Mike Mattis. I live in the Courtney neighborhood. You've heard from a couple of my neighbors already. It's the neighborhood right next to the proposed rezoning spot. In our street, Chaffin Lane, it's the last street that you pass as you go south on Trade Street before getting to the proposed property for rezoning. And that I think that's an important point because that street, Chaffin Lane, wasn't mentioned in the traffic study. There was reference to all the other streets nearby, but not ours. But our intersection is not my biggest concern. It is difficult to get out, like another one of our residents shared, but it's not my biggest concern. I just want to talk about some of the assumptions that were made in the traffic study and one of the findings. So about the assumptions, I've heard a lot of people talk about the traffic study, and the traffic study would conclude that we don't have a big problem if this rezoning went through. But my biggest concern is because of the state's stay-at-home orders, the actual traffic counts weren't done. So instead, we're using data from as far back as 2004 in that traffic study. And that's used to model the traffic flows today. And to compensate for that 16-year-old data that we're basing our conclusions on, there was a growth rate applied. It was around, it was 0.5% from 2004 to 2016. And that's far less than Charlotte's growth rate. And I don't know what the growth rate of Matthews is, to be honest, but I know it's not just Matthews residents that are driving on the street. So I think it'd be more appropriate to apply a growth rate of the entire area, closer to 1.7% of Charlotte. So before we consider a rezoning request, I think that the entire traffic study needs to be done with actual conditions because things were a lot different back in 2004. And so I think a lot of the concerns that everyone's sharing anecdotally, you'd see that if we redid the traffic study back after we go back from the shutdown due to COVID. So then lastly, quickly, is aside from the age of the traffic study, I think what the concern is the way that our traffic was graded, despite the age of the study or the age of the data and the understated growth projections. If you look at the study, each of our intersections gets a grade A through F for the level of service. 3 of the intersections that we have in Matthews today, they were graded E for their level of service. And then one intersection, Fullwood at 51, that was graded F, the worst possible grade in terms of traffic congestion. And so NCDOT, they require mitigation for any project that degrades the level of service by one of those letter grades or has an F. That F I mentioned is assumed to go away with projects on 51. But the point is, several of our intersections are already so bad that they're getting the worst grades possible. And I know that the conclusions of that traffic study say it's not going to make the situation any worse, but it's certainly not going to help it. So I guess the point is, we look at the traffic that we have today, as Ron Teifer said, let's see some projects completed after the infrastructure is put in place. So thanks for letting me share my comments, and that's all.
Thank you.
I'm going to go back to Ms. Lyles. Ms. Lyles, are you ready to speak? We'll give Ms. Lyles just another moment to unmute if she's able to. All right, Ms. Lyles, if you want to speak, we'll just put you to the end of the list and we can try again afterwards. Right now, we'll go on to Brittany and Blake Gilly.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for your time. Blake and I just recently moved to the Courtney neighborhood, which backs up to the proposed area for rezoning, and moved here with our very young daughter. And so one of the things that really drew us to the community was the small town feel. There are a few things in the proposal this evening that have created a cause of concern for us. I'm not going to elaborate on the traffic because that is something that I think many of our fellow residents have made very clear what that concern is. And we certainly support and agree with those concerns. But I do think there are a couple other things that were mentioned this evening and even prior to this that were worrisome for us, which is, of course, the small town feel. And while I do think that, there was a lot of effort made to create a nice, facade for this proposed development, it really does, by bringing in this many units into that small area surrounded by single family homes and nature, is a concern of what that does for the community. Another concern, of course, would be the schools, which are already noted to be over capacity. And even though the numbers, whether or not those be, accurate estimates of what that would add to the school system, especially based off of the higher number of 3-bedroom units and townhome units, I would guess that those averages are probably lower than what they really would be of what they're estimating, is a concern given the fact that we have a small daughter who's going to be entering the school system in just a few years. And so with that, we would like to ask that the council vote against this, and we are opposed to this, and I'll turn it over to my husband to share his comments.
I don't have any comments at this time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, our next speakers are Nick and Hannah Crosby. Are the Crosbys here?
Yes, we are.
Hello. Please go ahead.
So we all live in the Courtney neighborhood as well, right next to the proposed property. And I think for us, again, like everyone has already mentioned, the concerns about the traffic, but we have just recently moved into this neighborhood in May of this year. And I think we can both agree that had this property already been here when we were looking for a home, I think it would have deterred us from this neighborhood, because we moved here from a apartment complex area and we were looking to get away from that environment. And I think, that can deter, like other people have said, the, home value or possibility of other people wanting to move into our neighborhood and the surrounding residential neighborhoods. So that's a concern for us, as I said, again, with the traffic. But yeah, I think it'd be different. We're not opposed to any property being there. I think if these were, like others have said, homes that people are purchasing, that would be different. But just the fact that it would be rental properties is a little bit different, and brings a different feeling to the project. So I think that's all that we have.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lindsay Soy. Lindsay, are you ready?
Hey, yeah, I'm ready.
Please go ahead.
Okay. Well, thanks for allowing us all to speak on this Zoom meeting. Pretty much everything that has been mentioned so far is, regarding traffic, schools bursting at the seams, adding more cars to that corner, honestly makes me nauseous. I live in the Courtney neighborhood, and I've lived here for about 4.5 years. And since I've moved here, there has been traffic in front of our house. First, they changed our exit to, we have a single lane leading up to Mara in order for us to even make a left-hand turn out of our neighborhood, which the light still doesn't work correctly. So can't really get out that way quickly. Can't make a right because I'm always stuck in traffic from construction from the project that is never ending. And then to think that on the corner of that piece of land is going to be this gigantic apartment complex, it doesn't even make sense. I understand that change is going to happen. Progress is going to happen. Houses, it's going to be developed at some point. I just think that this is not the answer. I mean, it looks great. It's nice. It's pretty. It's still adding a crap ton of people, a crap ton of cars. And I don't know. I'm fed up with it. I don't want to see it. I don't want to deal with it. It's taking away so many acres of land that butts up right on the floodplain. There's so much natural wildlife back there. There's so many animals. I don't know. I don't want it there. I don't like it. I mean, to think also what was brought up is that there's going to be 2 left-hand turn lanes on Weddington turning on to Straight Street, if I think I heard that correctly. I didn't hear anybody mention when that was going to happen. But no one's, even with 2 left-hand lanes, nobody's gonna let them out. I mean, traffic backs up so far. No one's gonna let somebody go in front of them. It's just gonna be a cluster. There's cars everywhere now. How can we add more? I mean, I just don't think this is the right buildings for this particular piece of land. I think it just needs to be reevaluated, and we need to be realistic. Okay, maybe it can't be a park. Maybe it can't, maybe it can't stay, like a forest forever, but like, let's not be cramming that many people into this little space. I'm concerned for pedestrian crossings there. I'm not sure, he mentioned that the builder or whoever mentioned that there was additional sidewalk space. I think he said 7-foot sidewalks. Is there going to be a sidewalk going from like Mara baseball field across my entrance over the bridge and then continuing down to Weddington? Because from what I understood on the building and the project drawings with that, there was no connecting sidewalk. So I'm kind of not clear about that situation. It's really difficult to cross to get, and I mean, it's like playing Frogger if you want to cross the street anywhere near there. I don't know. I'm just not happy with it. I wanted to voice my opinion. Everything else has already been said. Our schools can't handle it. Our roads can't handle it. We need to address those issues first before adding more mess on top of the mess we already have. So that's about it. Thanks for listening to me. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, I have been advised that the Barclays are not on the call. If they show up before the end of the public comments, we can add them on. So we will go to David Kraus. Mr. Kraus, are you ready?
I am.
Please go ahead.
First off, I have to explain my smile. I've been the HOA president of the Courtney subdivision for many, many years. And I've recently passed that baton to a much younger generation. And I am thrilled with what I've just been hearing. Some great young folks stepping up to the plate and championing our homes. Anyhow, when asked where we live, I always reply, we are at the center of the universe. We lived through the no left turn years, decades, until the town so generously provided White Deer Trail. That has been a godsend. We cannot let COVID fool us. The traffic will come back. And I'm right with Ron Tiefer. He said it well. We need patience until the current projects are done and we see what the post-COVID traffic is like before we do something of this magnitude. One of the problems with living at the center of the universe or doing anything at the center of the universe is that if you make a mistake, it's a big one. Let me say it again. If we make a mistake, it's a big one. Now, that said, I'm level-headed about this particular development. I understand that 20 or 50 homes would be put on this property if no variance is done. And if we don't do a variance, the town gets no pull, they get no money, we get no extra perks. We just get houses on plots of land and nothing to advance or improve the center of the universe. So I'm for the right development. But putting a development in this area, which contains no owners, is just not right. The applicant wants to be a long-term owner, good. Make it a mixed use. But we can't have leased townhomes and leased apartments. That does not work here. Now, that said, high density rentals really should have mass transit service. So my questions come along those lines. So I'll say it this way, a little bit more blunt. If we don't get CATS service, then this would be placed in the wrong spot. If you have any rentals, you need CATS service. If you want rentals, put it where CATS runs a line. If you can't get CATS to run a line here, then don't put it here. Couple questions on U-turns. Will a U-turn be permitted when heading southbound on Trade? Or will all Charlotte-bound egress from this subdivision or this new development will be a left turn across the gathering lanes of Whittington Road? So if you lived in this new division, this new development, if you wanted to go to Charlotte, are you going to have to make the left-hand turn onto Whittington Road, go through the light, then proceed on South Trade? I lived through that for years. Don't do it to these new people. At least provide some kind of mechanism to do a U-turn at the light. Will CATS, let's say we do get a CATS line. Will the CATS be an internal stop or a stop on the road? If it's a stop on the road, where are they going to do their U-turn to get back to head to Charlotte? If it's internal, how would they traverse through the subdivision to make the U-turn? If they're making the U-turn, how would they get to Charlotte? I would expect that if we get CAT service to this location, we have to extend that CAT service all the way to the Brace Y. All right, so just a couple of comments on that. Again, let me repeat one more thing that I said earlier. We live at the center of the universe. We cannot get it wrong here. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Lori, have the Barclays come online?
1 moment, let me check. Or Maureen, could you tell me if the Barclays are available?
No, they are not here.
Ms. Lyles, are you available to speak? Is your microphone working? Okay, it appears that Ms. Lyles is also not available. You folks can submit written comments as we discussed previously for those who were not able to speak who had signed up tonight.
Okay, I'd like to remind the public that you also have 24 hours to submit comments by email, anybody, not just those that didn't get to speak tonight, to matthews@matthewsnc.gov or by phone at 704-708-1222. I'd now like to give the petitioners the opportunity to respond to any of the comments that were made if they choose to.
Mayor Higdon, is Debbie or Laurie, is Debbie Olmsted? I think she signed up to speak.
She had not signed up to speak, but I believe she's part of your representative group. Is that correct?
Yeah, I had sent an email asking if she could speak. But
if she is here, she can speak as part of your group. Yes.
oh, perfect. Okay. Ms. Olmsted, are you there?
Can you hear me?
Hello.
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you.
Good. Thank you. Good evening, all. My name again is Deborah Williams Olmsted, and I am the member manager here at Williams Business Properties in Matthews. And I just want to speak a little bit on behalf of myself and my father, Bob Williams. And yes, Mr. Urban, he is still living in Matthews at 85 at his residence on Bubbling Well Road. First of all, I think that Matthews is a great and unique place to live and work. And as a Matthews native, let me say that again, native of 50 years, all I want to do is to continue to see this town thrive. My family, we currently own multiple buildings in the town of Matthews, and we have helped this small town grow in so many ways. When Pete Fandano, my realtor, came to me and told me that Lat Purser was interested in my family property, I knew it was a great
did you want to
great
address
opportunity.
any of the comments that they
Their commercial projects in Matthews with the Matthews Station and office buildings on Cruise Road. They're highly recognized for all their residential projects. And I just thought working with another family-owned and operated business who also has this town's best interest, and I know y'all know that in mind, gives me confidence that they will provide a well thought out and quality project will benefit our community. I think the maintenance of the rental townhomes and the apartments will be maintained very, very well, probably more than some of the residential neighborhoods. It would be a gateway again to the town of Matthews. And I agree with Mr. Urban as well. If not this project, we have to sell this property. What project? I asked the neighbors. There will be a project, there will be something on this property, and it is going to increase in the traffic in our schools, but that's progress. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you. John, do you want to address some of the other comments or questions that were brought up?
I think, we appreciate all the comments, Mayor Higdon. We understand what the concerns are, and then, but we don't have anything to add to the presentation at this time. But thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to reiterate what Commissioner Miller did a while ago, that this will next go to the Planning Board on Tuesday, September 22nd. And we'll come back to our full board to vote up or down on our regular commissioners meeting on October 12th. So thank you all for participating, and I would now entertain a motion to reconvene our regular meeting.
So move.
Motion by Commissioner Miller. We have a second. Second by Commissioner McCool. Roll call vote. Commissioner Bland?
Yes.
Commissioner McCool?
Yes.
Commissioner Whitley?
Yes.
Commissioner Urban?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Garner?
Yes.
Commissioner Miller?
Yes.
And I vote yes, and I'm raising my hand in the pitch black darkness here. Yeah, expensive computer I'm getting really frustrated with for pretty unreliable camera here. I need to get it fixed. So now we're stand reconvened in our regular meeting. We'll go on to agenda item number 11, planning and development business. Receive a report from the planning board from Chair Mike Foster. Mr. Foster, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Board of Commissioners, Planning Board members. I have the Planning Board report for our meeting from August 25th, 2020. We covered one rezoning application during our meeting on the 25th. It was rezoning application 2020-713, Home Depot, 1837 Matthews Township Parkway, B-1 SCD change of conditions. The members of the Planning Board received updates from the Home Depot representatives that included a request to remove the 120-day limitation on the Garden Corral area to allow year-round use of that corral area, which is specified in their plan for various uses. Conditional notes wording for the driveway access onto Independence Point Parkway, and an updated site plan with examples of the large format equipment that would be located in the rental section on their site were also brought up. Planning Board recommended approval of the petition 6-1 with the consideration to move the taller rental equipment from the front of the site near Highway 74 back to the side rental area in the area between Home Depot and Steinmart. The request was found to be consistent with Matthews land use plan as it supports the economic viability of the existing business and retail center. The rezoning was found to be reasonable as it brings into use the further conformity the current zoning district and standards set in the United Development Ordinance. That was the only zoning action we heard. Two other pieces for information only. We received a Silver Line update from Vice Chairperson Natasha Edwards, who's actually on the Silver Line Task Force along with Carrie Lamson. Natasha reviewed the 2016 approved locally preferred alignment and the route alternatives that were presented by Andy Mock, Senior Project Manager for Link Silver Natasha said that Silverline would be working to make a recommendation to the Board of Commissioners for the November 2020 meeting of their findings. Last piece of information, planning board members have been asked to consider goals which they wish to work on, maybe individually and as a team, for the remainder of 2020, things we would like to accomplish. We plan to discuss those goals at our next meeting and come to alignment on a set of goals on our meeting, which is scheduled for September 22nd. And we'll provide a recap of our discussions on at the October 12th meeting of the full Board of Commissioners. And that concludes our report. Are there any questions?
Any questions for Mike?
Just a quick.
John?
Okay.
Yeah, Mike, there was some on the Home Depot, it was a 6-1 vote, and it seemed to be centered around something to do with the garden corral. Can you elaborate on that a little bit more?
Well, more specifically than the garden corral, the area on the side of the building where their current fenced-in garden area is. They want to establish a permanent canopy under which they're going to park the trailers that they have, probably mulch, primarily pine straw. One of the board members expressed a concern about the width that would be available for trucks to pass through back and forth between that additional area and where the pavement ends, frankly.
Okay. But that's something Home Depot has to work out. They would only jeopardize themselves by making it too tight of a squeeze, I'm assuming.
That's true. I think the concern was that some of the trucks, well, all of the trucks that unload merchandise into the store have the option of coming out that way and going by the old theater to exit that area. But yeah, that really is a Home Depot issue, that if they find they need more paved space, they would have to come back to the board with a request to make those changes.
Thank you, Mike.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mike.
Any other questions or comments for Mike? Mike, could I ask you, I should have done this initially, can I ask you to introduce the planning board members that are on the call tonight?
Sure. On the call tonight, we have one of our newer members, Jim Johnson. We have our vice chair, Natasha Edwards. We had Mike Rowan. And at one point, I saw that we had Jana Reeve on there. I don't know. She's not on the initial screen. There she is. She's still there. And Friday, that's everyone I can see on the main screen. Of course, Natasha Edwards also. And I believe that's all in attendance for this evening. Oh, I'm sorry, Tom. Our newer member, Tom Dorsey, has been there sometimes in the dark, sometimes in the light.
Mike Rowan's here too. Mike.
There's Mike. Okay. Yeah, as Mayor Higdon said, everybody, this is like a game of checkers. Everybody's moving around.
It is.
I apologize to anybody I missed initially. You're all there now.
Okay, I'd just like to say, take this opportunity to thank all the planning board members. I know this is one of the higher time commitment advisory committees that we have, as well as the Silverline. I'd like to thank those folks, and Natasha's double duty. So you guys do a lot of very important work, and we really appreciate you going through all this stuff for us and advising us. So thank you on behalf of the entire board.
Welcome.
Thank you.
All right, so we'll move on to 11B, planning and zoning related actions. The first is zoning application 2020-712, Family Investments LLC. To change the zoning from O or office to RVS on that certain property located on North Fremont Street across from 313 and 317 North Fremont Street, and being further designated as tax parcel 193272121. Jay Camp or Rob Will?
I'll take this one, sir.
Okay, Rob.
All right. Good evening again. The applicant has requested another 1-month deferral to further address stormwater drainage and parking issues that were raised at the public hearing and by the planning board and at the planning board meeting. So recommended action is to defer final zoning action 1 month until the October 12th regular meeting to give the applicant time to address these concerns raised by staff and at the public hearing.
Okay, Commissioner Miller.
If it's all right, I will make the motion to defer the zoning action, this zoning action 1 month to the October 12th regular meeting, giving the applicant time to address concerns raised by staff at the public hearing.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion made by Commissioner Miller, a second by Commissioner Whitley. We'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner Bland,
Yes.
Commissioner Urban,
Yes.
Commissioner Miller,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitley,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Garner,
Yes.
Commissioner McCool,
Yes.
and I vote yes as well, so that passes unanimously. We'll take this up at our October 12th meeting. Going on to item 11B2, zoning application 2020-713 Home Depot to change the conditions in that certain B1 SCD shopping center district commonly known as the Home Depot and located at 1827 Matthews Township Parkway and further designated as tax parcel 193233133. Mr. Hallman, I believe, is going to handle this one.
Thank you, Mayor. So as mentioned during the planning board update, Home Depot did change to request that 120-day limit be removed from the garden corral. In addition to that, they've also agreed to some language regarding the driveway on the future Independence Point Parkway. They've added a note to the conditional notes regarding the movable planters. That reads as the movable planters will have a minimum height of 2 feet. There'll be a minimum of 3 feet in length. And then the maximum gap in between planters will be 2 feet. Regarding the recommendation from the planning board, they've also added to note number 7 regarding the large format equipment. So the note that they added, they want to give first priority to storage of any large format equipment for the lifts to the side yard or to the side of the building. And then any lifts on the property will be stored in the stowed position. One thing I do want to point out from that condition is that does not exclusively limit the lifts to the side of the building. It just sets priority that they'll be placed on the side of the building. So if the side of the building were to fill up with lifts, they could potentially put those into the parking lot. And then
Okay.
Jay, if you could scroll down.
Oh, I handed over mouse control to you.
Oh, okay. Oh, there we go. So Home Depot did provide some examples of the large format equipment, such as the trailers that would be stored on site, lawnmowers, trenchers. And then these are some examples of the lifts, as well as an example of the boom lifts specifically stored in the stowed position versus the upright position. That concludes the update. If there are any questions for me, I'd be happy to answer those. And then the applicant is available as well.
Okay.
Mayor?
Thank you, Darren. Are there any questions, comments, or motions?
I'm willing to make a motion if there's no questions or comments first. Hearing nothing, I'll make a motion to approve rezoning application 2020-713, citing that it's consistent because the changes in conditions are consistent with the Matthews land use plan, and it supports the economic viability of the business already there in a retail center. And that it's reasonable in that the rezoning brings the use into further conformity with the current zoning district and standards set in the UDO.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Miller, a second by Commissioner Whitley. We'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner
Mr.
Bland?
Mayor, does Jeff need to fill in the, just for purposes of protocol, to add condition number 6 about the movable planters and number 7 about the storage of the equipment, or is that already covered?
Charlie? You're on mute, sir.
Charlie.
Muted. They need to be included since they were added after the board meeting before.
Okay.
Just include those as additional conditions to the petition.
I'm not remembering how to define them, other than I think it was a note 6 and 7 or something.
It's about the planters and stowing the boom lifts, is that correct?
Note number 6, Jeff, was planters 2 foot in height, 3 foot in length with a gap of 2 feet. Note number 7 is priority of storage large format equipment, and that the raised lifts will be in stored position.
To include notes number 6 and 7, and that all the large format equipment would be stored in the stowed position.
I'll amend that, my second with that as well.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Urban, for that clarification. We'll do a roll call vote. Commissioner Bland?
Yes.
Commissioner Urban?
Yes.
Commissioner Miller?
Yes.
Commissioner Whitley?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Garner?
Yes.
And Commissioner McCool?
Yes.
How come you always sit on the bottom, Ken?
I don't know.
I vote yes as well, so that passes unanimously. Thank you. We'll go on to 11B3, site plan approval for 1935 Rice Road mixed use. And Commissioner Urban has asked to recuse himself. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, that is correct. My firm has been consulting with the petitioner on that site development.
Okay, so we will consider this site plan approval without Commissioner Urban, who has been recused. All right, Jay and/or Rob, who's going to take this one?
Oh, crickets. Jay, would you like to start off by giving a little history of the mud zoning?
Yeah, I will. I'll try to turn my video back on since my kids aren't streaming anymore. Maybe it's a little more stable. Yeah, so background, the site was originally zoned as part of our old conditional zoning that originated back primarily in the 80s and 90s. We worked with the property owner, I want to say, gosh, maybe about 8 years ago now, 8 or 9 years ago, to rezone this property to the MUD category. It came in along with, which I'm not sure if the movie theater is still in operation or not, but the parcel with the movie theater across Rice Road Extension. The staff did recommend the MUD zoning. There's a list of conditional uses. But that obviously is part of our long ongoing process to remove all of the old conditional properties from the town zoning map. So the properties had the MUD zoning for several years now, and this is really our first proposal that we've received since that zoning went into effect. You'll all probably recall that there's been a defunct daycare facility on the site for the better part of a decade or more now. I've lost track of how long it's been vacant, but that's about all I have in terms of history, unless you can add anything else, Rob. But other than that, I'll turn it over to you.
Okay, no, that sounds good. Thank you. I wanted to just touch on some of the site plan elements. As Jay mentioned, there is an existing daycare facility. It's being planned on being removed. Size of the site is 8.24 acres. The permitted uses in this MUD district are general office, medical, dental, and optical offices, laboratories, clinics, financial institutions, and multifamily. However, in this proposal, no multifamily is proposed. Medical office, it is up to maximum of 50,100 square feet. And then retail and general office, a maximum of 52,600 square feet, and including a drive-up ATM. There's a total of 299 parking spaces, which is the required number. All parking is internal to the site, and it's surrounded by the buildings. 6 buildings in all are proposed. They're located on the edges of the properties adjacent to public streets, the maximum height of 45 feet. A proposed extension of East Point Drive toward, but not connecting to Claire Drive is proposed so that 2 full movement entrances and exits may be provided to the site. There's a 75-foot rear setback adjacent to Claire Drive with existing vegetation that will remain, and a proposed walking trail amenity around the stormwater management feature. Because the MUD zoning is already in place, this development only requires site plan approval from the Board of Commissioners. The Development Review Committee, which is a committee of staff, will be reviewing the site plan at its September 21st regular meeting. Staff recommends deferral of the initial site plan at this time and proposed of the site plan and proposed architectural theme until the Development Review Committee has a chance to comment. So we would like to take this up at the next meeting.
Thank you, Rob. Are the applicants here?
I think they are.
I don't know if they want to.
Yes, there are several people on the call now.
Okay.
Does the petitioner or the applicant wish to make any comment or presentation or anything? Hearing nothing, I will assume not. So I would.
Mayor, Mr. Carmichael wishes to speak, I believe.
Okay, go ahead, John.
One moment, let's see if he's able to. John, you're muted.
You're on mute.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Thank y'all so much. I apologize. Thank you, Mayor, members of the Board of Commissioners and members of the Planning Board. I'll be brief. Rob did a good job going through the development. We do have a PowerPoint presentation if that's able to come up. But with me tonight is Yuri, and I'm gonna mispronounce this, but Yuri Vanstein. He's with Alita Properties LLC. They would be the developer. Next slide, Jay, please. Michael Thieberg with Bowler Engineering, Steve Farmartino of Bowler Engineering. They're available to answer any technical questions. Andrew Eagle, the traffic engineer, and of course, I'm here as well. I think at the very least, if it's possible, even if there can be no action taken tonight, the applicant would like to get some general feedback, if possible, from the board and maybe the planning staff, frankly, because he has some contractual deadlines coming up. But the site, as Rob stated, is located on the west side of Sam Newell Road. It's a little over 8 acres, intersection of Sam Newell and Rice Road. Next slide. This is an aerial of the site. I'm sure you're familiar with it. The daycare is currently on the site, as Rob indicated. Next slide. You can just go straight to the site plan, Jay, if that's okay. And one more slide. Thank you. So under the site plan, as Rob mentioned, the proposed uses would be general office, medical, dental, optical, offices and clinics, labs, financial institutions, and other non-residential uses allowed under the current MUD CD zoning that was approved back in 2014. The applicant is not seeking to do any multifamily or other residential uses on the site. The plan would allow, although not shown, a drive-through associated with a financial institution only. Total maximum of about 102,700 square feet. Roughly half, 50,100 square feet, could be devoted to medical, dental, and optical offices. And that's limitation is primarily parking driven. If you look at the frontage of the site on Sam Newell Road, there would be a planted a 3-foot vegetated berm along Sam Newell Road in front of building D. There would be no berm, excuse me, I'll have it backwards. There would be no berm by building D, but there would be a 3-foot vegetated berm in front of buildings E and F. A walking trail would be built around the stormwater pond at the time that the town develops its site. As Rob mentioned, right-of-way would be dedicated to the town from the northern terminus of East Point Drive to the northern boundary line of the site. The property does not abut Clare Drive because of its spite strip. There'd be one access point into the site until such time as building A, which is the northernmost building next to East Point, is constructed. And when that, in connection with the construction of that building, the developer would extend East Point Drive either to the northern boundary of the property, or if he could get a public variance, a public improvement variance, he would extend the road just beyond that second access point. But when that road's extended, the second access point would be available to the site. The maximum building height would be 45 feet. One other thing that the applicant is requesting is the applicant is requesting a waiver of the traffic study, not altogether, but really the timing of the traffic study. They would like the traffic study to only be required when the uses on the site generate traffic in excess of 150 AM or 150 PM peak hour trips. So until that time, a traffic study would not be required. But as soon as the applicant came in for permits for uses that would generate traffic that exceed those thresholds, a traffic study would be required. And of course, any improvements required in the traffic study would also be required. But that's
Excuse me, John, I got a question.
Sure.
How do you know how many trips are generated if you don't do a study?
So that's a great question. Well, we have a note in the plan that every time you come in for a permit, Mayor Higdon, you would have to do a trip generation analysis, and that'd be part of the permitting process. So for instance, if you, because Andrew Eagle, the traffic engineer, is on the line, there's a decent amount of development that could take place without those thresholds being reached. But every time you came into Jay and Rob for a permit for a new building or a use, you'd have to have a trip generation table prepared by Andrew that would tell you the cumulative trips generated by the existing and proposed uses. So that's how you would keep up with that. That's a good question.
Thank you.
But that's it in a nutshell. We would love to get site plan approval tonight. I don't know if that's possible. We have a lot of respect for what Jay and Rob are asking, but I think Yuri, if possible, would like to get some feedback tonight on what's being proposed. Yuri, do you have anything to add to that?
No, I think you covered it pretty well. I would suggest we give opportunity for Andrew to answer a question related to traffic, and maybe Michael can add a few comments as well related to the plan. Is Andrew available?
Yeah, this is Andrew Eagle. I'm the traffic engineer. We provided a tech memo to the town noting that couple different land uses for the site that could be constructed and how much square footage of each land use could be constructed and still stay below the town's threshold for requiring a traffic study, which is the 150 peak hour trips. So that's kind of giving us a baseline for how much square footage of different land uses could be constructed and still be under the town's threshold for requiring the TIA. And as John mentioned, you know, if we go past that for the various permits that we'll need, we can supply additional information as the site is kind of built up over time to make sure we're either staying below those thresholds, or if the trip gen shows we're going to be past it, then we'll do a TIA at that time.
Michael, do you have anything to add?
Sure, John, and good evening, everyone. Thanks for your time. I just want to add that the drive through the ATM that was mentioned was tentatively located in the site off of one of the drive aisles. It's proposed as a remote drive through in the parking lot. Just for some clarity on that. Also, you know, there was some good, you know, there was a good amount of thought put into the future projects by DOT that will affect Rice Road and Sam Newell as it relates to the 74 widening. We're trying to work with the town and DOT on the timing of those projects. That's part of the conversation and discussion on trying to make sure the TIA is done at the right time when there's, you know, as much information as possible available. And also want to point out that we are, you know, open to, you know, getting connectivity out to the, I believe there's a trail that's proposed along Sam Newell as part of that DOT project. And just not quite sure on the exact location we would connect yet. So there's not anything shown on the plan. But we did definitely want to make that connection, you know, for the area and for the increased foot traffic that would bring. And like John said, I'm happy to also answer any other questions on the layout or use mix that might come up, and appreciate your time.
Any questions or comments from the board?
Mayor, I have a question. I'm looking at the entrance from East Point Drive. John, I think I heard you say that once the proposed existing road extension is completed, the upper entrance will be the one used. Is that correct?
Thank you, Commissioner Whitley. So what I meant to say, if I didn't say it, is initially there would be one entrance this here where Jay's cursor is. And then when Building A is developed, in connection with the development of Building A, East Point Drive would be extended as shown on the plan. And at that time, there would be two entrance points into the site from East Point Drive.
Okay.
Because the project will be phased, right, Yuri? He said yes.
So what are you proposing to build first? D, E, and F?
Yuri, do you have a sense of what would be first?
No, but we're looking at building D, at the corner building, to be first constructed, and then at that point we'll make a decision on how we're going to proceed. But building D is most likely going to be the first building to go up.
All right, and the second question, what time frame are you talking about completion of this?
Realistically, it's probably 2 years, but we're doing investigation as far as how long it's gonna take to complete Rice Road extension. I guess one thing that wasn't mentioned here is that the connection does not exist right now from Rice Road extension to Sam Newell, and part part of widening of Independence. That road will be complete and traffic light will be on that intersection according to the plan. Unfortunately, we don't know DOT timing as of yet, and it will help us to kind of make our plans as far as speed of the development phases and which building will be constructed. But again, we anticipate it's probably 2 to 3 year project based on how fast DOT is going to move.
Thank you so much.
So just to add some feedback from my perspective, obviously the plans are very generic, but they appear appropriate to me for the site. So everything looks good to me so far. I would recommend that we follow along with staff's recommendation to defer so that the architectural committee can take a look and see if they have any issues. But whatever the consensus of the board is, I would entertain a motion.
I'd like to make that motion, Mayor, that we defer. Are we talking about 30 days?
Yes, I believe that's
And
correct.
give staff time to answer any question, or the applicant can answer any question that staff might have concerns for.
Rob, what is the name of the committee again?
Development Review Committee.
Development Review Committee. Okay,
Development-
and you're meeting on September 21st.
Yes, sir.
Okay, yes, it would be at our October 12th meeting. Then we would consider this again, I guess.
Mayor, I have a question.
Yes, sir. Commissioner Miller.
This is a MUD conditional mixed use development. However, it's conditional. So that would, to me, it doesn't sound like they can build anything by right, but it has to come before us, correct?
I can clarify that, Commissioner Miller. So the zoning is in place, so the entitlement to construct certain uses is already there. That initial rezoning calls for future site plan and elevation approval by the Board of Commissioners. So I would look at this as 3 steps. Step 1 was the rezoning. Step 2 will be the site plan and initial approval that they're seeking tonight or next month. But there still will need to be final review from the board for the architectural elevations. Once they determine, because right now these are just concepts that they have for what the buildings may look like.
Right, and it's hard to tell from this one rendering. That's why I was questioning it. Thank you.
It feels a little bit like a rezoning, but it's not.
Okay.
We have a motion to defer by Commissioner Whitley. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner McCool. I'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner Bland?
Yes.
Commissioner Whitley?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Garner?
Yes.
Commissioner McCool?
Yes.
Commissioner Miller?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well, so that is unanimous. So we'll pick this up on October 12th. Thank you.
Yeah.
Move on to agenda item 11B4, consider updates to zoning community meeting process.
We need to bring Commissioner Urban back in.
I'm sure we sure do. Let's entertain a motion to bring Commissioner Urban. I made myself a note to do that and I forgot.
So move.
Okay, we have a motion from Commissioner Whitley. Do we have a second?
Yeah, second.
Second by Commissioner Miller. Roll call vote. Commissioner Bland?
Yes.
Commissioner Whitley?
Yes.
Commissioner Miller?
Yes.
Commissioner McCool?
Yes.
Commissioner Garner?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. You can rejoin us, Commissioner Urban. Sorry about that. Getting late. So we should be back at full force with Commissioner Urban. So now we will move on to item 11B4. Consider updates to zoning community meetings process. Jay Camp.
All right, bear with me. Let me pull my item up. All right, sorry about that. So as we discussed last month, here's some of the proposed changes to our community meeting requirements. You've got you've got the full rezoning instructions attached to this memo, but really just the summary would be obviously that an audio recording is now a requirement. We've increased the notification buffer, as you see here, from 200 to 300 feet, and also added some additional language to clarify the format of the minutes. We felt that that was very important. I'm happy to scroll down a little further here. I think I've got it highlighted, but here's really, these are the instructions you can see are several pages long, but these are the primary changes. As you can see, the audio format of the recording would typically be an MP3 or MP4 format that would be provided to town staff. We would make that available to any citizens or council members that had a question about the community meeting and how it unfolded. We've also added here, as you see, and with Lori's assistance, because this is not my area of expertise, but just some general information on the content of the minutes, which we did not have before. So we do think these are good changes that will make the meetings more transparent for everyone involved, and hope that you all see fit to recommend approval, or actually not to recommend, to approve this evening.
Okay, thank you, Jay. Are there any questions for Jay? I hope everybody had the opportunity to read over those changes.
I have a question, Jay.
Mm-hmm.
What was the significance of going from 200 to 300 feet?
I looked at several communities. I know that on the higher end, I think the city of Raleigh requires 500 feet notification, but just looking at the size of properties that are under rezoning, just relative to how far you do we do a buffer report in GIS and Polaris, and we used to only do 100 feet. And a lot of folks felt like, well, why didn't I get notice? I mean, they may have seen the sign going by, but increasing that buffer does provide more direct mailings to property owners for notice of the community meeting. So there's opportunity for more folks to get involved.
And
that's
also,
all.
Okay. Also, this recording now, is that provided by the town? I think it is what I thought I heard you say.
Yeah, so we would receive an audio file or video of it, and it would become public record, and is something that we would have to maintain under our retention schedule.
All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I'd just like to add a comment. I think these changes help in something that we're all have said repeatedly we're interested in, and that's being very transparent to the public. So I think they're good changes, and I'm in favor of them. I would entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion.
Mr. Mayor. Go ahead, Renee.
Go ahead, John.
No, you got it.
I'll make a motion to approve changes to community meeting documentation, including an audio recording, notification buffer increased from 200 to 300 feet, and following the requirements of the minutes as listed.
We have a second from Commissioner Urban, I presume.
Second's fine. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, sir. We'll do a roll call vote. Commissioner Bland? Commissioner Whitley?
Yes.
Commissioner Miller?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Garner?
Yes.
Commissioner Urban?
Yes.
Commissioner McCool?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well, so that's unanimous. Thank you. Go on to item 12, the consent agenda. Entertain a motion.
I make a motion that we approve consent agenda A through E5.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Whitley. Do we have a second?
I'll second. Oh,
Second by Commissioner Bland. We'll do a roll call vote. Commissioner Bland?
Yes.
Commissioner Whitley?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Garner? Commissioner Urban?
Yes.
Commissioner Miller?
Uh-oh.
Commissioner McCool?
Yes.
I'm back to Commissioner Miller. Are you there, sir?
I think he took a break.
I think. Mr.
Yeah,
Miller, how do you-
yes, sorry.
Hey, when nature calls, nature calls. I vote affirmative as well, so that passes unanimously as well. We'll go on to item 13, unfinished business. Consider events to support downtown business. I believe Commissioner Miller, you were going to lead this.
Yeah, I'd like to bring you up to date on that. Basically, we've held a meeting with most of the people who are in the top list of names. I've called another meeting for Thursday of this week. Normally, if you plan an event like this and it's at one property, it doesn't take a whole lot of work. But when you're doing it with multiple restaurants, someone's got to be sort of a liaison to bring the glue together. We've changed the name to All Aboard Destination Matthews for fear that some people didn't feel that Matthews is still alive was appropriate. I can understand that. It didn't have anything to do with Matthews alive, just it's the opposite of dead. We would utilize the back parking lots and courtyards because social distancing is so much easier. We are going to promote it via flyers and perhaps some ads in the paper, but we'll talk about that this week. We're going to design safety protocols, and I have a head start already and agree to those this week. And then print a flyer or have some type of a palm card that can be handed out for guidelines on how to handle themselves, etc. There's some other people that I will be getting involved that aren't yet, but I feel the time is right where we can have a gathering outdoors and things like that. Can you scroll up in case I want to refer to that in case I miss anything there? So the dates, it would start on the 17th, and then there'd be a Halloween, a Veterans Day or weekend. Of course, we have other holidays through New Year's Eve, and I just want to create a little bit of vitality downtown. I think it's starting to get it back already, but this is something that I feel could be done safely and would help our downtown businesses. Does anyone have any questions?
I don't so much have a question, Jeff, as a concern. In watching the news and North Carolina in particular, we've now just entered back into the yellow, which is a good thing, and we are headed holding things down. And so I'm seeing what you and these restaurants are requesting or asking is to have parties. I mean, that's just the bottom line. If you're going to be close the street off, drink, and have a DJ and people come, I have a strong concern with Matthews as being going the wrong direction when we have already been in a good place and being safe. Now, I see those restaurants that was listed, and I ride through there constantly, and a majority of them are back to doing business, not full, but business, and I can see them sitting outside. But I really have a concern for health issues because in my younger days, when you had a party, people drink, then you're going to have some problems. And I see now that people don't wear masks. A lot of people still think this is a hoax, but 195,000 deaths is not a hoax. Somebody has lost a loved one and some serious illnesses. I think we have done a good job, and the only one restaurant I think now that all of our concern is the bar there on the end that cannot open back up. But overall, all these other restaurants, and I ride through pretty much and on the weekends and late in the evening, I see Matthews back is alive. We might not be back as prevalent as we were, but I heard Chief Kinderberg say that somebody asked about Halloween, that we're gonna probably do something different. But my concern is who is gonna be responsible for these events? And no events can be orchestrated without the police department. And I don't want to jeopardize the policeman who's already been through this virus, and we're headed for the wintertime and we're headed for flu season. I strongly oppose. I really would, Jeff. And I know you well enough to know that your heart and your intent is to try to give us back, but I have great concern for health issues for the whole town of Matthews and its citizens.
Okay, well, as we are requiring masks unless you're eating or drinking or seated with a family member or your own close friends that you probably came with, things like that, like at your supper table, etc. The restaurants are not to serve anyone outdoors in the parking lot if they don't have a mask on. Masks will be made available. And one thing I overlooked was that we're going to invite the nonprofits. The nonprofits will share, and we've identified Christ Our Shepherd, Cost Kids, Help Center, Matthews Free Medical Clinic, and possibly the Matthews Playhouse involved in it. And I just feel that since it's mostly outdoors, safe distancing can be achieved. Masks are on, and it's not much different than walking the Greenway, but it would expand when you're told you have to live at or work at 30 to 50% capacity. If you think outside the box, why can't you use the parking lots as expanded capacity? It does require a special ABC permit, but we've talked about that and everyone's agreed to go ahead and get that.
All right, so the new 2.5 phase tells us now that we can only have 50 people outside in a group. So how will you control 50 people with all these restaurants and all of this is clientele?
Well, the way I interpret it, it's more like 50 people per restaurant.
So so with that being said, are you saying all these restaurants at the same day will have 50 people in their backyard?
I'm saying they're all going to throw an individual party.
Okay. All right. So now I heard you say something about the nonprofit. Are you how would that, what does the nonprofit bring into that? I mean, are you talking about some funds to be given to? So are you saying that some revenue from the parties will go to these nonprofits?
A certain percentage of sales can go, and we're working on those details, to the nonprofits. Rob Jasek has been in communication with them and they are on board. There might be another opportunity for assistance from them, but we want to keep them involved and give back.
Commissioner McCool, you're chomping at the bit.
Well, first, I think, Jeff, it's a super creative idea, and I like the idea of it. But my concern is what's the cost benefit analysis? And so, we look at, if you've seen in the news, maybe it was a few days ago, that the Harley Davidson in Matthews was in the news for they're hosting some sort of outside party, and there was some negative press involved with that. And talking about, turn on WCNC and it says, town of Matthews has a this thing. So first, is this a town sponsored event? Is this, so no, it's.
I don't want to make it too political or involve the town, because I've heard their reservations. But if any restaurant can have food specials and drink specials on a daily basis or a weekly basis or whatever it is. And so each restaurant is going to have food specials and things like that. And we're going to take all the safe precautions that I've got here, and I can share if you guys ever want an update, I've got it here. Signage and enforcement by not only the business owners before they serve. I've talked to Mark Tefano at Post 235. They're willing to work the perimeter for crowd control. I understand that some other towns are doing it where they close down our equivalent of Trade Street. I'm not asking to close down Trade Street. And when I asked to close down an alley, people were tentative and afraid. So we won't close down the alley either.
I guess my other concern is, say we do this, what's the benefit? Like, how much are these businesses going to benefit where they're not already benefiting? I mean, I can just see that, if I was a small business and owned a restaurant, and I hosted this event and there's a massive outbreak, I'm not so sure I'd want that negative press for my business. So I guess maybe I'd be more interested in hearing from them and seeing what their thought process is and what they think the benefits are for them.
Their thought process, it's long overdue, and that the town has canceled all of its events since St. Patty's Day through the foreseeable future. And it would be increased sales to them. They're all on board. And as I say, there are other towns doing this where they're closing down a street and having a similar issue.
Jeff, is there any ask of the town at all?
Not really, no.
You're just telling us what the intention of the businesses are.
I'm telling you what the intention of the businesses are, and asking for feedback. As I say, I've talked out some details with every one of the business owners as well as Post 235. I've spoken briefly and would involve more the police department and making sure what their concerns are, et cetera. Nowadays, if people are gonna drink like that, they generally Uber. And it's downtown Matthews, and Ubers are easily available there. So there's not much of an ask from the town. Honestly, for fear that the town won't cooperate or help out in any way due to safety concerns. But not everyone in town shares those same concerns. Everyone has a different opinion, and we're not forcing anyone to come. We're just allowing a bigger dining room in the parking lot where you can socially distance, and you're more than 6 feet apart. So I don't understand the problem.
Well, Mayor Pro Tem Garner, did you have a comment?
I guess my initial question was, why are we discussing this during a town meeting? Just to find out what our role is in this. So this is just an informative explanation about something that you plan to do. As a commissioner, you don't see that showing that it represents the town, being one of the organizers.
Not really. I took the term commissioner off my name in here, and when I manage this project, the couple emails I send out, I do from my home email. I'm doing it as a businessman, as a member of the Chamber of Commerce, as a former restaurateur, and it started as an email concerning Rob Jasek and his split up from Seaboard. And when I did some research, I found out that some of the places are really hurting, particularly Stumptown Station. And I just feel for the small businessman, and I want to help him.
Well, I think we all agree that Stumptown Station is in a bad place, and it's unfortunate. And and we all wonder what we can do to help them. I'm concerned that there would be any sort of connection to the town, making it look like it's a town approved event. I would be really uncomfortable with that. I also heard you say that everybody, and I know you're speaking just generally or broadly, but that everybody is on board with this. But I've had people reach out to me and say that they're not sure it's a good idea. And as much as you wear masks, is everybody going to wear gloves? Is there going to be hand sanitizer on every table, shared surfaces? I mean, there's just so much contact. And I honestly, walking through downtown, don't see tables spaced as 6 feet. I'm not sure I could feel confident that businesses would put tables out there at 6 feet apart. And then you have one table going over to another one. I would be really concerned that this would become more of a party and less about supporting businesses when EDAC is working really hard to support local businesses. This to me feels more like a reopen party than it does a support small businesses party.
Okay. Any other comments for Jeff? Hazen, do you have a comment? I'm sure.
Yeah, it's I think we all know Jeff's heart's in the right spot. I like the role I sit in is this regulatory role of the COVID, right? And we're in 2.5 and, it's 50 people outside. The kind of one of the loopholes is a restaurant that serves food essentially can serve as much alcohol as they want to, it looks like to me. And so it feels like we are, I can name the business as okay, like, there's a little bit of pizza over here or whatever else there is, but it feels like an opportunity to drink. And it like, from a regulatory standpoint, it feels like it's kind of going in against the spirit of what the governor's trying to do, which is this recognition of, or is his belief that when people drink, they like, and they forget about their social boundaries. And so I am like, in my mind, it's like, do I want to send the police department into, what a black eye for the town and the community if we send the police department in there, like pushing people apart or, making people put on their masks or trying to say if they're family or, so it feels, and let me just say one other thing, and it's the Matthews Alive analogy. One of the reasons we're so involved in Matthews Alive is because people can't, if something bad happens at Matthews Alive, they don't know that they're a separate incorporated group. They think it's the town. And I'm a little concerned here that can we like, it's not us. It feels hard to disengage from that. And I would say to the group that, we're going to ask the police to enforce whatever the order is that's in place at the time of these events. And I would hate to have a bad case scenario come out that embarrasses whether it's the police department, the town, or any of the businesses.
As far as the police are involved or the enforcing of masks and things like that, we have a plan. It's on that paper that we would be willing to hire a clown or pay an actress possibly from the Matthews Playhouse to walk around and cut in period garb or something like that and ask people if they are too close, remind them to please stay apart. We want to play by the rules, etc. And frankly, it's hard to argue with a clown.
I got a comment. I know everybody's got an opinion one way or the other on this. I take the virus very seriously. That being said, I don't know if it's proper for the town to forbid a business from saying, hey, I'm going to have 50 people and they're going to drink in my parking lot or whatever the case may be. I'm not sure that it's the towns, if they're following the rules of the governor's order, an individual business, how can we say, no, you can't do that? And they're like, look, we're dying, we're going under, we have to do something to generate income. And if they follow the rules, I don't know that we can say, no, you can't do that. Am I wrong, Mr. Buckley?
Well, that's technically correct. That doesn't consider all the considerations, but that's technically correct what you just said.
I have two more concerns, Mayor and Jeff. Number one, by the mere fact that this is the second time that you have presented this as a commission, even though you took your name, commissioner off your name, you are still a commissioner. Liability, if someone say, I was infected from one of these events, and I know that's hard to prove that you were or were not, but at the same time, by the mere fact that this has come on the town planning meeting 2 times, it sort of is putting the town in it, because you putting it to us as an update. And I certainly know, I don't think you asking for our approval. Is what the mayor was saying, that the restaurant want to have that. That's fine and well, but somebody has put together a plan, which you just showed out with your name on it for these events. And so liability, the police department would have to go in if there be a fight. And all of us know that if you got 7 restaurants having 7 parties in the backyard, along with our regular clientele, then it's on a Saturday night and drinking. Now I'm 68 years old, and I pretty much know what that spells. Then the town is going to be drugged into that. And then not only that, the aftermath Sunday morning, then somebody got to come and clean up. So I feel your heart, and I feel the town, the businesses downtown, but I can tell you the downtown Matthews is much better than a whole lot of other places from where I've been, and I rode through some other town. But I have serious concern from health issue point of view, going into the fall, going into the flu season, and people just being outside. And those are my concern, because this is on, as Renee asked, this is come up to us. So pretty much, I feel like you asking for our approval, even though we may not need our approval, is what I just heard Charlie say. But at the same time, will that hold up if somebody said, well, the town told us we can do this? So that's my concern.
I was asked to provide this information for the agenda. I didn't ask to be on the agenda or to discuss it. Someone called me and said they wanted to put it on the agenda, or I should just say John Higdon called me and said somebody wanted it on the agenda, and can I provide an update? Would I be willing to?
That's correct. I did ask you that.
Yeah, that's the only reason it's on. I'm not trying to brag, boast, or push anything, but Lord knows I'm organized, if nothing else. And
Mayor Pro Tem Garner, you got a comment? I'm sorry,
Well,
Jeff, I didn't mean to cut you off.
That's all right. That's all right.
I mean, I guess I have a question for Hazen or Becky more about the specifics of a restaurant opening, their parking lot. What are the logistics of that would, what I see is that restaurants would have tents, and there would be a DJ, and then there would be a perimeter monitored by veterans. And so that to me doesn't sound like individual restaurants, just being open and celebrating being in Matthews. That sounds to me like an expansion. Are there some sort of specific requirements about the loss of parking spaces, or, what does the town have to approve for the restaurants to do this?
I want to let Hazen and/or Becky answer that, but I will say that I do know that this is being widely done in Charlotte. And they're bragging about it, that they are expanding the footprints of bars or of restaurants by allowing them to serve food and alcohol in their parking lot. They've got
Well,
a whole program in Charlotte that's doing that.
I think there's a nuance there too, where when you have a strip of restaurants doing it side by side, it's a different scenario than like what we offered for restaurants to move into parking spaces out front, which, you know, we have had a discussion about giving more space to restaurants. This goes beyond that. And so I do want to note the specifics. So what is the town's role in one restaurant, not all of them, but one restaurant?
So there is an ABC permit that's regulated by the state of North Carolina and not us. Jay, do you know from a zoning, because we have talked about this, you know, out on the parking lot, and we like the idea. I would say, I think when we envisioned it, it was about restaurants and food, and there's a glass of wine or there's beer. I mean, the way I feel, this does feel like a party, right? And you know, maybe it's, so I guess with that, Jay, do you have any specifics about parking lot regulations and doing stuff outside?
Yeah, I mean, it feels a little bit different than the program we put together a month or two ago. And by the way, we did have, if you've been by Bonefish Grill, they were the first restaurant that took advantage of the resolution that the board passed that allows I think that was up to a 25% reduction in on-site parking requirements via that requirement. So that's the only one we've had so far. But yeah, you would still, unless it was part of that specific phase 2 resolution the board required, that would be the only way they could do this. And if we do move into phase 3, that the board would have to modify, or I guess, Charlie, that would be that resolution. I'm not sure how we would handle it.
The current resolution only applies to phase 2.
So if we're in phase 2.5, is that still phase 2?
That's still phase 2, yeah.
Okay.
On to 3.
Gotcha.
Commissioner Miller.
Let me finish up my point before.
Sure.
Sorry, I was trying to answer your question.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. My point was that we're not preventing businesses from flourishing, or whatever the definition of flourishing under COVID is, from trying to regain losses. We have methods in place to do that. This goes beyond that. So we have provided some tools for restaurants to expand their footprint in ways. And to your point, Mayor Higdon, we're not stopping them from profiting by saying that we're uncomfortable with this.
Commissioner Miller.
Stephen Pye applied for that permit for the portrait gallery because, as some of you may know, the portrait gallery has long tables and it's not conducive to social distancing. After all the applications and things, he told me he was approved for one table right outside next to the hood of a car, and that it wasn't worth the application process. Now, maybe that is a unique situation given the location of Portrait Gallery. We know where it abuts. However, we're also talking about the courtyard and patio of Seaboard. We're talking about the courtyard, which is already used. We're talking about the courtyard of the new Carolina Beer Temple, formerly Temple Mojo or Mojo Bicycles, the courtyard that has the AstroTurf, which is already used. And the parking lot at O'Malley's has already been used a number of times on St. Patty's Day and things like that. As Jay mentioned, it is a different ABC permit, but it's also private property.
Just to add to the question about parking, we do not have a minimum parking requirement in the 100 and 200 blocks of trade and on Matthews Station Street. So for instance, if Grace O'Malley's wanted to close their lot to do a private function, that would be within their rights.
It used to be closed most of the time when it was 157, unless you had an ID and a tab.
Let
I
me,
mean, but I think that's that's the nuance that we need to pay attention to, is that if businesses want to do something, they can. But then there are certain things that extend over into the town's purview, right? Like if you have a DJ, getting noise permits and things like that. And so being careful about that fine line. But then also just, being somebody who feels like it's not the most responsible action at this point in time, I would want to be very careful that it's known it's not, we're not shutting down streets. We're not, as a town, we're not promoting this.
well, to kind of wrap this conversation up, I want to make a couple comments. First, yes, I did ask Jeff to provide this information. And the reason is because it came up the first time. And so this was unfinished business. And there was some concern about the name of the event, et cetera. So I did ask Jeff to provide some additional information, which he's done. Just lost my train of thought. Oh, I know what it is. Jeff, just kind of brainstorming while we're all talking here. It might be more palatable, a couple things, if the event was held at like over 2 nights and every other business did it, so they weren't all contiguous. That's one idea. Secondly, it might be a good idea to hold the first event that you suggest and see how it goes, and see if there are problems, and see if people respect the social distancing and wear masks, et cetera, and to see as a gauge. But again, from my perspective, if there's not an ask for the town, if we're not shutting down streets, I don't know that we can tell businesses not to do what they're allowed to do by law now. I mean, like as Jeff said, Grace O'Malley's is open now. They have people up front. Seaboard is open. Temple Mojo is open. And they all have people on any given night in their courtyard areas. They're doing it now. So does anybody have any other comments? I don't know that there's any vote to be taken on this. Or Hazen, do you have any other concerns? Or
to be blunt, I don't like it. I mean, I don't, as a manager, like the first 2 hours, the DJ rotation, that sounds like a party. The intention of this order is restaurants serving alcohol and trying to expand their footprint. The problem is the bars got ripped off, right? The bars got taken advantage of or lost. But I think the town should take no position at all on it. And as the manager, we are going to enforce 2.5 of the order. I just hope we don't have a confrontation. I hope nobody loses. I hope none of the businesses lose. I hope the police department doesn't lose. And I hope the town's reputation doesn't lose.
I do too.
Mayor, I got one question to Charlie.
Okay.
Charlie, as our town attorney, do you see any feedback or comeback on the town that this is a town event?
Commissioner, anytime anybody wants to sue the town, it may do so. The problem is this wouldn't be a governmental function. There would be no governmental immunity if we are brought in and there's a torturous act that we have to answer to. There is a potential that we would have to be having to defend a lawsuit. Now, I obviously cannot say whether or not we'd win or we would lose, but nevertheless, we may be brought in, and that can happen under any circumstance.
Okay, and with that being said, Charlie, I tried to make sure we cover all aspects, being now that the mayor and one of the commissioners are pretty much pushing, if I can use that word, or at least endorsing this to come. Where did that bring the town in light?
Doesn't bring the town in anymore, whether they were or were not.
Okay.
To be clear, I'm not pushing it
Okay, that might
I
have been
have
a
no
wrong-
position.
That might have been the wrong word for me to use. But
I'm in Hazen's camp. I think the town should just take no position on it. I don't think we should condemn it, and I don't think we should approve of it. I think we just take no position and let the businesses do what they want.
Let me just remind you, and you touched on it a little bit ago, but the ABC guidelines were expanded for phase 2 to allow expansion of restaurants. Also, Jay has pointed out that in the 100 and 200 block of Trade Street, there are no parking requirements on the businesses. And that's enough said.
Okay, thank you, Charles.
All right, so I don't think there's going to be any motion for any type of action on this one. I do want to say that during my mayor's report, which hopefully will happen before midnight, I hope to have some good news for people like our friend Bob Klein. I think we have some good news regarding some of these businesses that have been hurt by COVID, and I'll go over that during my mayor's report. Let's move on to new business. Item A, consider connect and budget ordinance amendment for repairs. I'm sorry, contract, can't read. And budget ordinance, it's so dark here, for repairs to the town hall cupola. This will be CJ.
Yeah, hopefully on it's something a little bit less controversial. The cupola at Town Hall, oh, my screen just disappeared, sorry. The cupola at Town Hall has several issues and in need of repairs. I think you can see one of the windows is knocked out. We have some plywood up there temporarily. There's also some moisture damage inside. We've contacted 2 contractors. Actually, we contacted quite a few contractors, but we received bids from 2 contractors to make repairs. The repairs include repairing and replacing the windows, existing damages to the interior, and addressing the moisture issues that are in there. Staff recommends proceeding with the estimate from H.C. Rummage for options 1, 2, and 3, and that's attached to the memo. The estimated amount for this is $36,222. We have used H.C. Rummage on several town projects in the past and have been very satisfied with their work. We do recommend that we also add in a $7,000 contingency to cover permits and in case they find something else when they tear down drywall and do such things.
That it?
That is it.
Any questions for CJ or motions? Commissioner Urban?
I can't resist. CJ, cupolas are designed to ventilate, not be ventilated. Why are we trying to condition a cupola?
So that's one of the options that was given to us, but that is not one of the options recommended.
Okay. I mean, I don't have a problem with what you're talking about wanting to do here or whatever, but I'd be more than happy to take a look at this all for you, or maybe we need to call REI, which is a forensic engineer, because it sounds like you have a myriad of problems. And I don't know, just replacing windows is going to fix it, and throwing air conditioning, well, you're not doing that, but anyway, this just seems a little odd. I'd be more than happy to sort of help out if it's all possible. And if the board wants to approve this number, we can quickly circle back on it. I'm a little taken back why the cupola isn't ventilated with a fan or something to draw the hot air out of the attic to begin with. That might be the culprit. I'm not sure why it's not louvered, and I'm not sure why we're using vinyl. Is vinyl windows is what's up there now?
Yeah, they are replacing like from like, is my understanding.
Really? Okay. And I know Alfred's got the original building drawings. I'd be curious what the intent was, but anyway, just that's my 2 cents.
And perhaps if the board's willing to move forward with this, we can hold off signing the contract until John has a chance to look at it.
I would certainly be in favor of that. I had some of the same questions, and it seemed like also a fairly expensive repair to me as well.
Yeah, if I may address that, a lot of the cost is to the scaffolding that would be needed for the repairs.
Okay, so it's a lot of labor, not a lot of stuff.
Correct.
So if someone would like to make a motion that we approve this amount but allow Commissioner Urban to take a look at maybe the original drawings, et cetera, to make sure, use his architectural expertise to tell us if it's best practice. Somebody like to make that motion? If you can repeat that utterance I just.
I'll make a motion that we approve the attached budget amendment and recommend that the board gives the town manager the authority to enter into a contract after secondary opinion and study of the original drawings between or by CJ and John Urban as acting as a consultant.
No, I'm just.
Hold on. Don't have him as a consultant, please.
No.
To review the original documents and see why there's not any ventilation, because a cupola is meant to ventilate like an attic fan or ridge vents.
Motion by Commissioner Miller. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
I think I got a second by the silent Dave Bland over there. So, okay, so we have a, excuse me for 1 second. I've got a dog outside my door that was crying terribly to come in and say hello to me. Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Miller, second by Commissioner Bland. We'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner Bland?
Yes.
Commissioner Whitley?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Garner?
Yes.
Commissioner Urban?
Yeah.
Commissioner McCool? You changed places. Commissioner Miller?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. And thank you, Commissioner Urban, for agreeing to do that review. We appreciate it. Item 14B, consider revision in personnel policy for election day leave. Who's going to present this? Hazen?
Sir, so this idea was actually thought up by Commissioner McCool, and the board has some options here. The idea is to encourage employees to vote on election day, and the way to do that is provide them with paid time off. There's really a number of options, but one of the options is the whole day off. Another one would be like a half a day, which is 4 hours. Third option could be two hours, and then really kind of at the discretion of the supervisor, whether to do that over lunch or at the end of the day or beginning of the day. And of course, the fourth option is not do this, right? So no paid time off for employees. We thought about it as staff, and we'd recommend 2 hours of leave, schedule at the discretion of the employee in consultation with the supervisor. And that would take an amendment to the personnel policy that we would bring back to the board at the September 28th meeting.
If you mind, I add kind of some of my reasoning why I came up with this.
Sure, Commissioner McCool.
So I really think, the town of Matthews has been a leader in many issues. And I think we can set a great example to our community and surrounding towns by saying, we care about our employees getting their, voices heard. I've spoken to a few of the commissioners, and, I understand why a full day or even a half day seems excessive. I'd probably be in favor for the 2 hours added to a lunch break to go vote. What this does, it not only gives our employees an opportunity to vote, but it gives our community, we're leading by example, saying, if you give people time off to vote, get their voices heard, good things will happen. We want people to be able to vote. We want to celebrate and, cherish our free and fair elections. And I think the town of Matthews has a really unique opportunity to lead our community and the surrounding areas on this.
All right, is there any other discussion? Commissioner Miller.
Thank you. I have 2 questions. The first one's for Hazen. Hazen, if we were to approve 2 hours off paid leave or PTO. It would be for hourly employees on a monetary basis only, correct?
Yes, sir. So what you'd get, you'd lose 2 hours of productivity, right?
Do we know what the cost to the town would be for 2 hours of the hourly's pay? Yeah.
No, I mean, I could give you a average, you could use $50,000 if you average for employees with plus the benefits. That's, I don't, how much is that? $25 an hour?
25 an hour, give or take.
So maybe $50 per employee times, 150 employees. Now that's pretty rough math. I'm a little worried about, as I say that, it worries me to.
Well, we can get to it, but I think that would assist the decision. And then my other question is for Commissioner McCool. Please help me understand the problem we're trying to solve. For example, if absentee ballots are available by mail, and early voting is 16 days long from Thursday, October 15th to Saturday, October 31st. And the polling places are open 13 hours on election day, 6:30 in the morning to 7:30 p.m. at night. I'm just wondering where the gap is that someone doesn't feel they have the opportunity to go out and vote.
So let me address all three of the points you've made. So first with the absentee voting, there's all sorts of discussion about, absentee voting, whether safe or not. I'm not going to get into that. Although I do know someone who I'm friends with who voted absentee in the primary when she was out of the country in Matthews, and it wasn't counted for X number of reasons. There's a really good NPR article that I'd suggest everyone read. I can send it to you guys about absentees not being registered or counted in time. Then to address the early voting piece is, these people are still working every day, so they're not going to have that time off to early vote if they're still working. So it's that same dichotomy there. And then also on election day, I'm thinking about the single mother or the single father who, when they have to, be with their child before they go to work, and they have to be with the child after their work, and they may not have the opportunity to vote after, when they're at home. So this gives them an opportunity during the workday when they have, no home responsibilities to go get their voices heard. And frankly, this is, a great way for us to say, we care about our elections. We care about people getting their voices heard. We care about having equity for all in voting. I think it would be a big win for us at our town.
Okay, thank you.
And also Corbett, it says, calls us now to have 2 voting places, Matthews Elementary and Butler High School here in Matthews. So if someone was close to those areas, they could slip into one or the other and be able to do that with 2 hours and a lunch. I think that's good.
Commissioner Urban.
Yeah, I mean, I commend Commissioner McCool for coming up with the idea. I personally am critical of him using the press or the media as the vehicle to bring policy to the town. It reminds me of something a politician in Raleigh or Washington would do. I got an idea. You run to the press and float it out there. Which I just never experienced that in the town of Matthews from that standpoint. I've always sort of respected going to the mayor. I have an idea, and then the board discussing it and talking about it and floating it. I've never run out to the press or have heard anybody run out to the press to float policy ideas out there.
Let me address that before.
That was a little disconcerting. To learn the news about this, not from Maureen or the mayor, but to learn from SOC.
Well, I emailed every single commissioner a complete release on what I was saying before anything went out to anyone else.
Jen, did you go to the press or did the press come to you?
Press came to me.
Well, why did they come to you?
I put it out on my social media.
Well, then it had been before you announced it to us.
I sent every single commissioner an email before that went out on any of my platforms.
Well, I was uncomfortable with that from that position. I'm just saying, just not something we've done in the past. That's fine. You're a commissioner. You can do what you want to do. but I think floating policy ideas out to there. I don't check my emails all the time with the town. I have a business to run here. From that standpoint, that's hey, it's done and over with. That's fine, but I'm just trying to express my opinion from that standpoint.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Garner.
Yeah, I have a couple thoughts on this. I know that I've been to planning conferences in the past, not but when I was on the board, where commissioners have talked about election day being a holiday because most of our polling places are in schools, and commissioners in the past haven't felt comfortable with voters going to the polls with kids in school. So that's not a new idea exclusive to Ken. I applaud him for coming up with it this year and for being flexible enough in his thought with it that 2 hours would be enough. That said, to address Commissioner Miller's questions, a lot of our hourly staff in Matthews work several jobs, and they don't live in Matthews. They live in other counties, and so for them to early vote, they have to vote in their counties. They can't vote here in Mecklenburg County. So if somebody lives in Union County, if they live in Monroe, a firefighter lives in Monroe, for them to early vote, they have to have that time in their county close to their home. They can't run into what was the library, would be maybe Butler or Matthews Elementary, to get a quick vote in. And so I think giving an extra 2 hours this year is really important with social distancing and the time it takes to get anything done. It just takes a little longer. And what we're doing is just showing support on both sides of the aisle. I know that we all sit in a spectrum of politics, but that we can all agree that voting is important, and this is one way to uplift that.
I want to address one more thing with John. I apologize for that you found out through the news. It's happened to me before, things that happen in the town of Matthews, and it's frustrating. So I'll make a better cognizant effort to reach out to every single one before anything goes out on the news.
Appreciate it.
Okay, I'd like to give my perspective on this. I think it's both practical for the reasons that have been enunciated by some of the commissioners, and it's also somewhat symbolic. I think all of us as elected officials have bemoaned how few people vote in Matthews elections. It's a really low voter turnout. I think the last election we had 17% or something like that, or around 20%. So 1 in 5 of elected voters vote. So it's kind of a symbolic way to show that we think that voting is important, and it's practical for the standpoint that Mayor Pro Tem Garner said, as well as some of our firefighters and policemen work odd shifts, 12-hour shifts, etc. Also on the, what the cost is to the town, to put it in perspective, if we say people work 40-hour weeks, 52 weeks a year, that's 2,080 hours that are accounted for. So 2 hours out of 2,080 is less than 1/10 of 1% of the hours that an employee will work. So I'm willing to give up 1/10 of 1% of our of our working hours for something this important. I would recommend that we allow, and I didn't see I don't have the proposal that staff favored in front of me, but I would allow the supervisor to be flexible on when the 2 hours were taken, before work, during lunch, or the last 2 hours, or whenever. Allow the supervisor to manage that, whatever works best. But I would be in favor of the 2 hours. I would not favor 4 hours or all day for the reasons that Commissioner Miller said. I think that's, maybe giving up too much, but I think we can afford 2 hours. It will send a powerful message. I think there'll be, we'll get some good press out of it, and it'll encourage other municipalities to encourage their employees and their citizens to vote. I'd like to see more of our citizens vote. So I think it's a good thing. I support it. So that's my 2 cents.
I just want to say one thing. I'm all in favor of it as long as people only vote one time.
Oh, come on, Dave, be a player.
No. Just one.
Commissioner Miller.
And also, if we're gonna let them off, make sure that they let their employer know they did vote. We didn't give them 2 hours and they don't go vote now.
They better come back with the I voted sticker, right?
Exactly right.
Commissioner Miller.
Thank you. Is it every 2 years or only on presidential elections? I'm assuming it's every 2 years, correct?
It's for every, unless you guys want to do the because next year the county commissioners vote. Next year, the county, there's an election every November.
I would assume it's every year. That's my assumption.
I mean, somebody wanted to say presidential election, it's y'all's, y'all set the policy. If y'all want to say just presidential years, you got the right to do that.
Well, I would favor every year.
There's
There's an election every year.
Election, general.
That's from my standpoint.
I agree.
John, say that again.
I said I personally, and I'll let somebody else make a motion, but I would favor having it every year because there's an election every year that people should vote in. So I wouldn't make it specific to presidential elections or commissioner elections or mayoral elections or congressional elections. I mean, just elections, period.
We do have to be clear in the policy, though.
Yeah. That's a good point.
Mayor, are you ready for a motion?
There's also primary elections and all kinds of special elections.
This is one time a year, 2 hours.
One time a year.
One time a year.
Only vote one time.
First Tuesday in November.
I'm really starting to miss out on some beauty sleep here. So if somebody wants to make a motion, that'd be great. And God knows.
Commissioner McCool, since this is your baby, if you make a motion, I'll second it.
See if I get this right. So I'd like to make a motion that the board opts to allow town employees leave for 2 hours on the first Tuesday of every November to have optimal time to vote.
Once a year.
Once a year.
I second that.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner McCool, a second by Commissioner Whitley. Hazen, is that motion worded properly? What if there were a special election on November 9th? I mean, is it always the second Tuesday in November we're talking about, or?
Charlie, do you know?
You're on mute, sir.
I think it's the first Tuesday in November.
It is the first Tuesday. It's always the first Tuesday in November.
Okay, very good. We've got a motion and a second. We'll do a roll call vote. Commissioner Bland.
Yes.
Commissioner Whitley.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Garner.
Yes.
Commissioner Urban.
No.
Commissioner McCool.
Yes.
Commissioner Miller.
Yes.
Okay, that motion passes. I vote affirmative, so that passes 6-1 with Commissioner Urban standing in opposition. Move on to 14D. Receive a letter from the Arts and Science Council President from Mayor Pro Tem Garner.
Mr. Mayor, you skipped an item.
I skipped an item? Yeah, I know. That was on purpose. I'm just kidding. 14C, consider the 2020 mini conference agenda. Make it quick, Mr. Watson.
And then there's a D add-on.
Jay, you're gonna pull this up, or somebody pulling it up?
This is going to be like a book, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, so here's what, I guess everybody read it. It's not that complicated, but this whole notion to think strategically. Last year's budget was tough on everybody. We're a growing community, high expectation from our citizenry, we're relatively prosperous. So we talked about this mini conference that would talk to the board about the service needs today, what we think service needs are going to be in 10 years, and then some kind of incremental, how do we get there from here in 1, 3, and 5 year increments. We'd estimate the town's population in 2030. We do some kind of projection about tax base in 2030. Then we want the department heads to show what they think their needs are going to be in these increments. And then some examples, it's not an all-inclusive list, but things we've talked about before, like the paving budget to meet recommended standards. We talked about this property for the third station, construction and staffing at third station. Off the top of my head, I can think about staffing for public works, and facility maintenance. Talked about the human resources information system, pay, the comp plan, that's come up tonight, but Jay, touch on that. Greenways and trails are, continue to be hot, very highly used parks, kind of competitive salaries and benefits. And we just wanted to see if the board was comfortable with that kind of structure, because it's y'all's conference. It really is y'all's conference. It's not supposed to be staff's conference.
Well, I have a comment. I think perhaps 10 years is too long of a horizon to look at. I would maybe look only out 5 years, because 10 years almost seems like, who knows? I mean, I don't know how accurate we can be. I like the 1, 3, and 5, but I'm not sure 10 is achievable.
Yeah, if we were asked in 2015 what our life would be like in 5 years in 2020, we'd all been wrong.
If I can just speak to that for a moment, I think the intention with the 10-year isn't to necessarily be perfectly all-inclusive of where we expect to be in 10 years, so much as if there are significant projects that we know are coming closer to that 10-year horizon, to at least put them on the board's radar screen that we know that they're coming.
Okay. Any other comments?
If we're, it looks like we're putting some high dollar items on here. Roads, which we may not want to use a bond for, but the fire station and things like that. I think we need to revisit this whole bond conversation, because it takes plus or minus 6 months to get this thing in gear and up and running. That means you got to start mobilizing in April of next year for the next election cycle. So I would suggest we get that on there.
Good point. Any other comments? And I certainly don't object to the 10 years. I mean, it's just work for staff is what I was thinking. So if you guys are willing to do it, have at it. I mean, that's
Maybe we'll hold it until we get a little bit further in the planning phases, and then if we need to lop it off, we can.
Carrie has a 70-year plan, just so.
Yeah, and I know, and on the Charlotte Regional Transportation Planning Organization, they go out like 50 years, and it's like, really? I mean, but it's good to, I guess, project, but it's kind of, I don't know how accurate those projections are sometimes. So do we need a motion on this?
No, I just wanted to, if we're off base, please tell us. That's really the key here. If y'all would like to take this conference in a different direction, we are open to that. Because it's,
I mean, how big of a chunk of the conference is this going to be?
probably the whole thing.
Seriously?
We could have a third mini conference if, and we always have 5:30 meetings too.
Yeah, I wasn't being facetious. I mean, if this is going to seriously impact, I mean, we're already going to have a ton of stuff to do. If this is going to maybe knock out several other things that we wanted to discuss, I don't know that I would be in favor of it at the conference.
Isn't the whole purpose of having this meeting is so that we can discuss? We didn't know where we're going to be with the pandemic, and that's why we needed to have this in the middle of the year, so that is there going to be money there for us to give people raises and stuff? I thought that's what we're going to be looking at on this thing. I mean, not just let's see what else we can think of to talk about. That seems like we're doing too much of that, So that's just my opinion. I mean, we got serious issues to talk about, like paying our employees. Let's talk about it, but we have a planning conference once a year so that we can plan, way ahead and do that. But I think this is we're throwing a ton of stones to just kill one bird. So let's just, anyway, it's getting late.
Well, and what at the budget, we talking about raises for employees.
Right.
6 months in December. And we may want to make it to the 1st of January just because we'll have more revenue data. But the whatever the motion was to bring it back to you guys on employee raises. And that's really just one piece of the puzzle. Let me just give you a quick example of the 17, and if I haven't said this already, a list of 17 towns, the police officers are now third from the bottom in starting pay, right? So that's just, and now I don't know what firefighters are, and I don't know what public works or anybody else, but that's just one little example. That's something we have to think about long-term as an organization. We're just in a super competitive market, and face it, if you're, you know, like what happened.
We're going to talk about, and then we plan to talk about people's salaries and whether we had money enough to be able to give people raises and stuff. Is that what we're going to talk about?
Well, I was going to talk about that in December because we set aside the money. Then the question is, does the revenue or the outlook look good enough to go ahead and deploy that money for raises? And we would talk about that in December or possibly early January. That, to me, that's separate and apart from a mini conference in October, and because we won't have enough information to give you any sense of where our revenue stream's coming from in October.
Okay, well, maybe I just misunderstood, but I thought that's why we couldn't make up our minds back then, because we didn't know what COVID was going to do and how big an impact that was going to have on our finances. And we needed to see, are we going to have big shortfalls? You know, that's what I was concerned about. Maybe everybody else wasn't concerned about the same things, but.
Well, we could add, yeah, sorry, Dave. So we could add revenue forecasting in October. I think that's a good one. You know, I don't know how good our numbers are going to be from Beth, but she did a good job on our stuff in May. So I think that's a good item to add. Like what do we see at revenues coming in as?
I don't think, anyway, maybe everybody else sees it differently, but I just don't see that we have a lot of meetings and special meetings. I mean, to take 2 days off, you know, I'm employed, you know, I mean, maybe not everybody else is, but, you know, full time. But taking 2 days off, if we've got things that are important to deal with, that's fine, but let's just don't think up things to talk about unless we really have serious issues to talk about. That's just me. I mean, if everybody else disagrees with me, say you're full of it, that's fine. I won't be the first time.
Well, to piggyback on that, and we don't need to do it tonight, but I think that Jay Camp's probably got some long-term planning things that he would like to sort of vet a little bit, and I'd be curious about that. I mean, we've been discussing rezoning projects about multifamily, and I don't know if we as a group have really sort of narrowed down, do we have a direction there? Jay wants to put together a comprehensive plan. There's probably some bullet points that he'd like to get out there. I would just open that up to him if he's got something he'd like to raise up and lift up to the board, because those are long-term issues that affect the town. And if we don't have a thought process in the right direction, Jay and staff are just wandering in the wilderness.
Okay. Well, that's what we need to be doing. Then let's decide what we need to do and nail it down, and just don't wander around. You know, let's have ironclad decisions about things we need to talk about and have hard assignments and do them, I guess, if that's what we need to do. I was just under the impression we were going to do something else.
Well, I'd like to see the entire agenda again. I think every week we say, let's add that to the October mini planning conference. Let's add that. Let's add that. My gosh, we must have you know, way more than we could possibly talk about at this point right now. So we're going to have to prioritize, I think, what we want to talk about.
That's a good idea.
If you guys want to send ideas or start generating some ideas, we'll start fleshing out the agenda, and then we'll get it back to y'all. Well, maybe.
Yeah, in all seriousness, we've been mentioning things, you know, over the last several months. That let's talk about that. Let's talk about that, and getting to be a pretty comprehensive list.
Okay, well, let me just tell you how I'm encapsulating this. So I haven't heard like total embracing of what we put to you guys, but it sounds like it's in the lack of, no, don't do that, do this as a consensus. I'm going to leave the stuff as is, we'll add to it. And then y'all can, you know, if somebody says, well, I just don't want to, let's pull that out. I want to talk about that maybe at the regular planning conference. That's fine. You just know that all this stuff takes time. You know, we can't make these decisions. We got to make a month plus in advance so staff can start working on it.
Right. Okay. Can I go on to item 14D? Commissioner McCool.
I just want to clarify something I said in B. There was a dialogue between reporters and I, but that was only after I reached out to I wanted to clarify that one more time before there's any miscommunication between what I said and what was represented.
Noted. All right. Item 14D, receive letter from Arts and Science Council President from Renee Garner. I think I've mentioned to a few of you that Jeep Bryant, who's the current president, was a classmate of mine in high school. So I've known him for about 40 years. Really good guy. But Renee, do you want to go ahead and read the letter?
Yeah, so they sent this to me, a couple weeks ago or a week and a half ago or something. And so I just wanted to show the board how much ASC appreciates our involvement in their organization. And to do that, I just thought I would read this letter. On behalf of ASC's Board of Directors, staff, and partners, thank you for your renewed support of arts, science, and history for fiscal year 21. Our partnership with the town of Matthews helps ASC invest in the cultural sector and ensure that cultural resources are available for all residents and visitors in Mecklenburg County. In each of the 6 towns, the Culture Blocks program connects communities with responsive arts, science, and history experiences close to where residents live. Culture Blocks supports cultural experiences that are planned with resident involvement and take place at libraries, recreation centers, parks, and relevant community spaces. This involves a current shift to virtual spaces for several programs to preserve accessibility while residents cannot meet in person. ASC has been able to further invest public funding in the community through operating support grants, technical assistance grants, cultural vision grants, creative renewal fellowships, and the new emerging creator fellowships. Our work continues to be guided by our cultural equity statement, intending to bring greater equity to the distribution of funds across groups through improved funding methodology for investments. To this end, we recently awarded equity supplements to 5 small and emerging organizations that are led by and serve communities of color. A Sign of the Times of the Carolinas, B&S Productions, the Carolinas Latin Dance Company, Jazz Arts Charlottes, and QOS. These organizations received grants 33% above what they would have received without the supplement. ASC appreciates the town of Matthews' support and will leverage it to ensure we achieve our vision of culture for all. We look forward to providing you with a report on Matthews' specific ASC programs and activities in the coming year, so we can demonstrate how your investment helps expand across cultural opportunities for Charlotte Mecklenburg residents and visitors. Sincerely, Jeep Bryant. And, in some of our most popular Parks and Rec classes are supported by ASC. So I want to just shine a spotlight on what they do as an organization for Matthews and how much they also appreciate what Matthews gives back to them.
And Renee, we recently added, that was on our consent agenda?
Mm-hmm.
Added a member of ASC from Matthews?
Yeah, so Jennifer Stone Carroll is a Potter who lives in Matthews and will join. She's taking my seat as I shift to a different seat on the ASC Southeast Advisory Committee.
And I believe our commitment to ASC is currently $25,000. Is that right, Hazen?
Yes, sir.
And all of us being that served on previous boards, and we have a renown for being fiscally conservative, we have gone back and looked at that, and we receive that amount plus in benefit to the town. It's really a good deal that we're spending $25,000. I think we get well in excess of that back in benefit.
And part of a lot of that money goes straight into the Matthews Playhouse, and like I said, parks and even library programming. One thing we've talked about in the advisory board meetings is what ASC provides back to Matthews really provides educational, cultural events at an affordable rate and makes living in Matthews um, more affordable for families, in ways that you wouldn't think.
Okay, so thank you for that, Mayor Pro Tem Garner. Yeah, I'd just like to say I'm really excited that Mr. Bryant has taken over ASC because he's a really quality guy. He's got an incredible resume, so I think they're in good hands with him. I'd like to move on to the mayor's report. And I see Maureen is still on, so I'd like to ask her, this is regards to a news release that I received today from the county through Susan Rodriguez McDowell, but it's regarding applications for the Mecklenburg Cares Small Business Relief Grant. And I'd like to ask Maureen to spread this far and wide. Let's go to the chamber. Let's go to all of our business owners. Certainly, Jeff, the folks you've been talking to. It's very late, so I'm going to read just the front end of this, but it says Mecklenburg County, North Carolina, applications are now being accepted for the Meck County Cares Small Business Relief Grant. This is separate, and we'll talk about it later, but this is separate from the big funds that EDAC has. The grant can provide up to $25,000 for small businesses located in the 6 towns or unincorporated areas of the county whose businesses have been negatively impacted by COVID-19. Grant is made possible thanks to CARES Act funding awarded to the county, and the county has allocated $1.25 million to continue financial support to small businesses during the pandemic. Grant amounts are contingent upon business size and availability. In order to apply, small businesses must, number 1, have 50 employees or less. Number 2, be in one of the 6 towns or unincorporated areas of Mecklenburg County. Number 3, registered with the North Carolina Secretary of State prior to January 1st, 2020, and demonstrate that business was adversely impacted by COVID-19. I'm thinking specifically of some of the folks we've talked about that have had to be shut down. The funds may be used for the following: working capital, lease payments, existing real owner occupied commercial estate mortgage, and equipment financing payments, and covering payroll shortages. Funds may not be used to pay off unrelated COVID-19 expenses. There are no application fees, grant processing fees, or grant documentation fees, but applications must be received by November 27th, 2020, or until the funds have been dispensed, which means this has a flavor of first come, first serve. So we need to be singing from the rooftops to make sure everybody, all of our Matthews business leaders know about this. So Maureen, I see you're still on. I sent a copy of this to Lori earlier, and if we could get this posted everywhere, and if you've, all of you that have friends that are small businesses that could be helped with this, this could be a huge help to Stumptown Station, for instance, and some of our other businesses that have been really impacted. So let's make sure they're aware of this. So it will be posted, I presume, somewhere, Hazen or Maureen, on our website, I hope. And
yes, it will be.
thank you so much, Maureen. So again, just make sure folks know this. I think it's going to be very, very popular, and they're going to probably run out of funds real quick. So let's make sure that our businesses get in there and get their applications in as soon as possible, like tomorrow. That's all I've got for the mayor's report. Do we have an attorney's report?
No report, Mayor.
Are you sure? You don't
I'm
want to read a legal book to us or something?
I'm looking at the menu for what dinner will be tonight.
Yeah.
Haven't had it yet.
Mr. Blodgett, we have a town manager report.
No report.
I will entertain a motion to adjourn. You guys don't know, but I've been in my PJs for the last 2 hours.
Move we adjourn.
Okay, I have a motion from Commissioner Bland.
Second.
Second from Commissioner Cool. We'll do a roll call vote. Commissioner Bland.
Yes.
Commissioner Whitley.
Yes.
Commissioner Urban.
Yes.
Commissioner Miller. Mayor Pro Tem Garner.
Yes.
Commissioner McCool.
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. Good night, and thank you for hanging on to the bitter end.
Love you guys. Stay safe.
Be safe, everybody.